name is Joe Biden, and I love ice cream. What President Trump has done in his spreading of racism, the way he deals with people based on the color of their skin, their national origin, where they're from, is absolutely sickening. No sitting president has ever done this. Never, never, never. No Republican president has done this. No Democratic president. We have racists, and they've existed. They've tried to get elected president. He's the first one that has. And the way he pits people against one another is all designed to divide the country, divide people, not put them together.
If Haiti, a god-awful thing to say, if Haiti just quietly sunk into the Caribbean or rose up 300 feet, it wouldn't matter a whole lot.
We have this notion that somehow if you're poor, you cannot do it. Poor kids are just as bright and just as talented as white kids. Wealthy kids, black kids, Asian kids. No, I really mean it, but think how we think about it.
Lobbyists aren't bad people. Special interest groups are not bad people. But guess what? They're corrosive. People who accept the money from them aren't bad people, but it's human nature. You go out, Lynn, and bundle $250,000 for me, all legal, and then you call me after I'm elected and say, Joe, I'd like to come and talk to you about something. You didn't buy me, but it's human nature. You helped me. I'm going to say, sure, Lynn, come on in.
Now is the time to heed the timeless advice from Teddy Roosevelt. Speak softly and carry a big stick. End of quote. I promise you, the president has a big stick. I promise you. This election year, the choice is clear. One man stands ready to deliver change we desperately need. A man I'm proud to call my friend. A man who will be the next president of the United States, Barack America. Corn Pop was a bad dude, and he ran a bunch of bad boys. And I did, and back in those days, you sure how things had changed. One of the things you had to use, if you used pomade in your hair, you had to wear a baby cap. And he cut off a 6-foot length of chain. He folded up, he said, you walk out with that chain. And you walk to the car and say, you may cut me, man, but I'm gonna wrap this chain around your head. So I walked out with the chain. And I walked up to my car. And those days, you used to remember the straight race. You'd bang them on the curb, get them rusty, put them in a rain barrel, get them rusty, and it get hot. I got hairy legs that turn blonde in the sun. And the kids used to come up and reach in the pool and rub my leg down so it was straight, and then watch the hair come back up again. They'd look at it. So I learned about roaches. I learned about kids jumping on my lap. And I've loved kids jumping on my lap.
The fact is that what happens now is that we, in fact, have to fundamentally change the culture of how women are treated. No man has a right to raise a hand to a woman in anger other than in self-defense, and that's rarely ever occurs. And so we have to just change the culture, period, and keep punching at it and punching at it and punching at it. That saves billions of gallons of gasoline. I mean, billions of $2.3 billion worth of, $500 billion in savings and 2-point-something billion metric tons of CO2 going in the air.
Does nothing to tackle the number one job facing the middle class, and it happens to be, as Barack says, a three-letter word: jobs. J-O-B-S.
The younger generation now tells me how tough things are. Give me a break. We can speak out and be more straightforward. I'm not going to be a mule. I got something to do. I got to go do boom, boom, boom.
Hillary Clinton is as qualified or more qualified than I am to be Vice President of the United States of America. Let's get that straight. And quite frankly, it might have been a better pick than me.
I went to the big guys for the money. I was ready to prostitute myself in the manner in which I talk about it. But what happened was they said, come back when you're 40, son.
Play the radio. Make sure the television, make sure you have the record player on at night.
Hello. How are y'all doing? Sorry, I've been away. People subscribed. Every excuse, thank you. Algorithmically, the 69 months. Wow. Thank you. Once again, we are back. which I should be streaming more because I guess people are, free Hassan. I haven't been paying much attention to the internet. I had an injury that is it's really funny. Like it's not. I don't even want to tell you. I almost went to the emergency room. It was really painful. I'm like debating whether I want to tell you all what the injury is. It's not even gross. It's just funny and strange. I got, let's say I got like hit in this area. It was really painful. I almost went to the hospital because I was like I couldn't sleep, and it was painful for like the whole day, and I was like I don't think this is getting better. I don't know why, but I think it was a bruise. Which is so I was just like I don't even fucking want these things. They're causing me pain. You know what I mean? So that was my week. And then my parents got me had some like I don't think it was a no, it wasn't that bad. Thankfully, I think if it was that bad I would have been like I would have had to go to the hospital certainly. But it's just a really bad bruise. I had tramadol for a couple days later, and that made it. That one was great. I can see why people get addicted to that. But then it was fine because I didn't have to deal with it. But am I giving you free orchid? That's true. Because if you look up the thing of like, should I go to the hospital if that area is painful? If it's been super painful for 24 hours, and they're like, go to the hospital, you might lose your balls, and it's like, I think I have different priorities than a lot of the people. Like, oh no, I'm getting them removed soon, anyways. Yeah, you promise? Yeah. So it's I didn't want to have to fucking go to the downtown Vancouver emergency room at like 1 a.m. But it ended up being fine. But I was just in pain all week, basically. But we're fine now. But we're fine now, so it's good. That's why I haven't been streaming. I'm sorry. I'm also, I think I'm gonna do a lot more with QAA. We're gonna talk about that soon. So it might be a situation where I stream a bit less and then I do more QAA, which I think I prefer. Not even because I don't like streaming, but because I don't like streaming regularly. I feel like if I stream 1 to 2 times a week, I have like enough to say that it ends up being enjoyable. But I can't imagine just like fucking talking for like 4 or 5 days a week. I don't know how like Hassan, maybe the answer is just like eventually you just do React content. But I don't fucking know how Hassan streams as much as he does. Yeah, that's the big thing happening on the program or on the site, right? Is he got banned for what is it? Was it pejoratively perjorative Zionist as a pejorative? Is that the ban? And we don't know how long it is. It's one of the like weird semi-permanent thing. So finasteride suppresses his natural. Oh, it's a 7-day. Okay. And he's on YouTube now, right? He said Z word pig, and it was, wow. He already got it reduced. Yeah, I mean, he probably should just fucking move to YouTube. He's not gonna get fucking banned for doing that on YouTube. That probably sounds better for him. Twitch as an institution sucks so much. And like, I don't know. YouTube is a bit bigger. It's interesting. And maybe I think the culture there isn't as good is kind of the thing. But it's not like Hassan is fucking signing a deal with anyone anyways. He's getting huge YouTube views. He probably should just move to YouTube. I'm totally unbiased here. YouTube's bad chat. Yeah, that's true. It's the culture. I'm totally unbiased here, but it's a mess to read. Yeah. That's true. Well, tricky. It's a big ass link. I'd rather be a class traitor than gay. Truth nuke, same thing. Makes you think. I like the idea because class traitor isn't necessarily pejorative. I think is this. You know what? I'm gonna deduce this from first principles. Deepfake. Thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. We love deepfake, don't we, folks? What's better than this? What's better than this? There's a deep fake in the chat, and they're giving my thank you for the 5 gift subs. I'm gonna deduce what this discourse is about from first principles because I haven't been on the internet. He's saying I'd rather be a class traitor than a gay Nazi, and it's about Nick Fuentes. Final answer. Final answer. It is. Bam. Easy clap. Easy clap. I still got it, folks. I still got it. A gay Mexican Nazi. Yeah. I fucking got it, folks. So it's like, that's the thing. I mentioned this before, like Northern Line was doing that that indie game where like you make, it's like a movie studio and you make movies. If I could do that, but it was like you make Twitter discourse, I would churn it out. High score, world record. Like I can do discourse in my head. I can like, you know, people play chess in their head, you know, they can envision the board. I'm just envisioning, I'm like, what would be the stupid discourse about this event that happens?
I'm gay.
Anonymous gifter, thank you for the gift sub. To Northern Line, wow. That's the... I love the bit he mentions where it's like you go into someone's chat and then you do like, @Germa, big fan of your work. That's a classic. That's a goated one. You can say Nazi pig. You can say Democrat, Republican. You cannot say it. There's an army Israel suppression in the West. Yeah. Yeah, Ethan was bragging about it, right? Was it not a part of this? Yeah, you've created 1 million Hassan Pikers. Exactly. Or he took credit. I mean, he took credit for it. I mean, what the fuck is... What even is Ethan doing? He's just, like, ruined his life now. Oh, I gotta put on my watch. Hold on 1 second. I was letting it charge. I do. This is like, you think they can make discourse about this? I got an Apple Watch and I do love it. I love stats about my body. It is a hypochondriac thing, but I'm like, everything's working fine. And the machine is like, you are a normal woman in her 20s. And I'm like, yeah, that's so true. That's what I've been saying. I've been going crazy because I forgot to do my injection. It was supposed to be on Friday. So I'm 2 days late. So I did it this morning. What's my resting heart rate? What do we think? Chat, guess my resting heart rate. Let's see. I want to see what you guys think. What vibe do I give off for a resting heart rate? We have... You know what? You know what's really funny? Lots of 6.7s. That's pretty much... It's like 67. It's like mid to high 60s. My mom's resting heart rate is really low. Like it's like ridiculous. It's like 50 or something. But my dad's is like insanely high. It's like 65 without 5 ends, and then it gets to like 70 with it, I think. It definitely used to be a lot worse. It's just her heart. Her heart's just better. Your mom's or your mum's? What is the distinction there? Me mum's heart rate. Mine used to be 69. Yeah. You're saying it's 100? No. Yeah, that happens. It's I think if I went to the gym more, I could push it down to like 60 because I really don't go anymore. I've been washed. I've been washed, chat. I've been I've been chopped. But yeah, it's cool. I like it. And then I actually, you know what the main thing is it's sleep. Am I still running? Yeah, I run like 20 minutes. I haven't been doing it this week because I've been injured and I don't want to re-injure myself. Like I was really fine on like Thursday, and then I put on a pair of jeans, and that was a mistake. And then I had to. How much? What do you guys think I'm averaging for sleep? Actually, let me check, because this is cool. Like the sleep schedules, I feel bad because this I'm just doing the Jake thing where I'm like fucking, yeah, it's 67 is the. I'm doing the Jake thing where I'm just like doing advertisements for a product where it's like, no, it's not worth it. It's not. Don't buy it. 6 to 7. It's right now the average for the last month has been 7 hours and 45 minutes, which is basically to say like it's good when it's 8 hours, and then when it's below that I just feel like shit. So you see the ideal, which is I need at least 8 hours of sleep. Yeah, Julian is going to come down from and just strike me for saying I like having an Apple Watch. But yeah, no, it's good. I need a lot of sleep. That's something in my family. And sometimes I use melatonin, which like I think makes your sleep worse. That's like, it can't be good. I honestly, I know that there's like a back and forth where it's like one study actually said that it's fine. It's like, I have been using melatonin since I developed ADHD symptoms as like a confused gender dysphoric 11-year-old. Probably, I had ADHD symptoms well before that. But that's when it was like hard for me to start sleeping. And I still rely on melatonin a bit too much. And that can't be like 20 fucking years or whatever. God, I'm getting old, 15 years. It's better than sleeping pills. Yes. No, I will. When did I was 19. I was 20. Like 7 years. It was 6-7 years ago. Sorry. Just switch to lean. That's true. I would have been a modern Einstein. I already am, actually. Guess the number of steps. The number of steps hasn't been good lately. I do try to get I try to get 10,000 steps, and that's not a watch thing because your phone will just do steps, which is really cool. I have not been doing. It hasn't been. Well, this week it's going to be really bad because I don't want to re-injure myself. Let me see. Let's check the steps. Honestly, no. The last month my average has been 8,000, which includes a whole week of not being able to do anything. The year average is also 8,000. For a while in the summer, whenever it's the summer, my steps are so goated. Because I'm like, it's fucking the summer in Vancouver. Like, are you kidding me? It's 6,000 to 7,000 steps. Yeah. Melatonin gave me reverse autism. What is that? I want to know what that means so badly. Progesterone helps me sleep. Yeah, I think so. Yeah, summer in Vancouver is so great. It's so funny. I was looking. I get like on TikTok, I'll get recommended like city related content, whether it's just like it'll show like an aesthetic thing of Vancouver, and it's like Canadian stuff, like Vancouver or Toronto or Montreal. And like initially I was like, does Vancouver suck? Like everyone in the comments, whenever there's the thing that's like, this is the cool part of Vancouver, it's like, don't come here, it's awful, everyone sucks. I asked someone for the directions and they shot me in the face. Like, there's 800 million homeless people everywhere. But then I looked at like all of the other cities, and that's just like what people say, don't come to, Toronto actually sucks, don't come here. Don't live here. It's not, Montreal, I think Montreal people are a bit more nationalistic. And I mean, Montreal's a very beautiful city. So honestly, my take on a lot of that, and I can talk about the homeless thing specifically, which is like a really concrete, annoying, terrible. But I think the problem there isn't the city. It's just like people hate their lives in general. Like they just like you are, if the problem is you go to Vancouver, you hate it. You go to Toronto, you hate it. You go to Montreal and then you hate it. Like, I mean, wherever you go, there you are. Maybe the issue. Which, it still certainly relate to cities. It's just like, if we're talking comparatively, surely the problem isn't just Vancouver. Bike infrastructure in Vancouver is really good downtown. For a North American city, it's quite good. It's a very walkable city. It's hard to drive downtown because they just like anti-driving infrastructure. But yeah, I mean, the driving, it's a city. Yeah, the homeless stuff isn't, because the way that people in Vancouver, and you know what it is? It's not even people in Vancouver. It's people who live in fucking like Langley, and then they come to Vancouver to enjoy the nice things in Vancouver. They're like, oh no, I wanted to go to the closest Cactus Club, and the Google Maps thing told me to walk through the downtown east side. Oh, there's so many homeless people here. Wow, this place fucking sucks. Which, like, if you actually look at the statistics, like, I mean, crime in general in at least North America is pretty low. Like, there was a peak, it peaked up during COVID a bit, but like, it's so interesting. Even like older people, you look on the Vancouver subreddit where they talk about how dangerous it is to be downtown. Like, statistically, like, being downtown in Vancouver in the 90s, like, it's so much more crime. It's so much more of a concern. Like, and maybe if you could like snap your fingers and time travel, but the way that people talk about it, you'd think that there was like this crime nexus downtown that's like in Vancouver that's like so much worse than it used to be. And same with homeless people. Like, Vancouver has a homelessness crisis, certainly. But like, so does every large city. It isn't actually particular, like, especially in terms of like how you have to deal with it. The complaint of like, oh, I have to be around homeless people, they might stab me or something, is that it's like actually not, like, for you. That's the thing. If you're fucking homeless, it's terrible. That's like it's why a part of, I've talked about this before. I talk about it a lot, that like, even the discourse about homelessness is structured in a terrible way, where it's like, it's so hard for me to see someone literally going through fucking hell that I have to be around them, and that, when they talk randomly, because literally everyone treats them like they aren't fucking there, which like does make you go insane, has a really bad effect on your mental well-being. Like, it makes me uncomfortable. That framing of it basically is entirely contingent on the idea that like those people just aren't human. Because there's no other discourse where if you saw a group as human beings, and they were going through that relative level of immiseration, that you would be like, that your instinct as just random, this is just average person, this is how like the world just appears to people. There's no fucking way you'd be like, it kind of makes me uncomfortable, unless that group was incredibly dehumanized. So yeah, I mean, the way that people talk about homelessness in Vancouver, you would think that it was like worse than New York. And it's interesting too, because it's like, I found just broadly, like, there are certain streets, and the difference is like often quite stark, because downtown Vancouver isn't very big. There are certain streets that, like, yeah, there are a lot more homeless people there. And if you just don't want to deal with that, you just don't go there. And like, overwhelmingly, you won't run into homeless people, which makes me think a lot of the times when people complain about how many homeless people there are, it's that they don't, again, it's like, oh yeah, Seattle's visibly worse. Absolutely. And those are very similar coded cities, it makes you think Seattle homeless problem worse. Seattle, much wider city than Vancouver. And I think that's my conclusion, is that it's white people's fault. Really makes you think. First time in Chilliwack was old white people screaming. I really, you just end it there, and that's like universal Chilliwack. Kind of homeless dude who was sick in a McDonald's. Yeah. That is the thing about the homeless experience. It's just, you're just, not that I've been homeless, but that it's just like, you are in one area, and then people tell you you have to move, and you go to another area, and they tell you have to move. And so one of the reasons why, and this is the case with just every city, I think, pretty universally, that there are areas where a lot of homeless people will group up and create an actual community. It's so fascinating that people think that like East Hastings, like it's a community of people. Because it's harder to fuck with someone. It's harder to fuck with homeless people if you're together. It's a lot more effort to break, up anything, to tell someone they have to leave and go somewhere else. It's for protection. Yes, but there has been an active process of just every once in a while they will break up encampments in East Hastings as well, which feels like which feels stupid for like 8,000 reasons. Even by the logic that homeless people aren't people, it feels like it's counterintuitive. Because if the thing you're wanting to deal with is like people complaining because they don't want to deal with homeless people, it's like dispersing homeless people. I mean, I guess the answer is that the police want them to be more malleable. That's the real answer. Is like when you're not in a group, the police can fuck with them and do whatever they want. It's a power thing, because the police, would you believe it or not, even based on like what the like neoliberal government institution might ostensibly want them to be, like they're not this like utilitarian governing. They don't work on this utilitarian calculus of like how to increase, from the veil of ignorance, the Rawlsian like maybe social democratic, like no, it's a gang of people that view making society better as how can we control people more, and so this allows them to control people more. I guess I figured out. I thought of the answer, the actual reason why, despite like obviously making things worse for just everyone, because it's like, yeah, now you have dispersed homeless people throughout Greater Vancouver area, and you've obviously made their lives fucking worse. And subsequently the people who are like, oh, homeless people make me uncomfortable, like their lives are worse, so they're going to be more visibly in mental health crises, etc. The police are like, well, I can exert my power over them. With 150 days, oh yeah, that's something I didn't think about, is the World Cup. That's going to be a time. Vancouver's unhoused accommodations face questions. Organizers in Vancouver say they are in the home stretch of preparations. Yeah, that makes sense. It's going to be so fucking busy in Vancouver during the World Cup. Did we even make it? I know Serbia didn't make it, so I'm like, we're washed. Whatever, I don't care. Oh yeah, California is another example of just horrific answer to homelessness. Because yeah, downtown is going to be really fucking... I'll get an auto bid. It's going to be absurdly fucking busy. Total shock when you visited San Francisco as a European. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I wonder what the explanation for that is. A lot of it just honestly probably drives from the fact that they're cellar state. And Canada is an extension of that. Again, I said this before, like when we ask like why does Canadian gun violence, why is it so much lower than America? The better question is, why is American gun violence so high? The better question is, why is Canadian violence and death so low? Because like we're both settler states, and if you look at it as a settler state, like yeah, those are particularly violent, and those institutions facilitate a particularly large amount of violence, and like participation by the core citizenry in violence and dispossession, which leads to a lot of just conflict at the heart of a society, even after like the frontier has ostensibly been closed. Less inequality due to the more robust welfare state. Yeah. But I guess like that is like, it's one of the things where it's like it's downstream of the broader thing, the broader social outcome related, I think, probably more essentially to being a settler state. The legacy of child slavery in America also makes the problem far more it makes that issue far more relevant in modern politics. Not to imply it isn't relevant in European politics. I mean, there is a reason why there was the feeling of like French European colonial powers participating in chattel slavery, but like putting it over there. He's like, well, we don't want it here. Like the France abolition of slavery on like the mainland. Like we can benefit from the coerced labor over there, but like here, we don't want to deal with the consequences of that. U.S. is uniquely violent compared to all other Anglo settler states. Yes, that's true. I mean, that does certainly change it. I think that Iberian settler states, I guess that's the term for it, Latin settler states did have a much more entrenched like landed gentry that like was moved over to the New World, whereas the Anglo and I guess French as well, although again the French is far less relevant because they got owned, they got cooked by the other ones, or mainly by Britain, I guess. Had a far more entrenched Latinx settler states had a far more entrenched landed gentry. This is why like in Brazil, like all of politics is dominated by like cattle ranchers, which sounds like, they had their own aristocracy, and that aristocracy was particularly invested in the institution of slavery. Because very profitable for the fucking beef mafia. Very profitable for the like, planter class. Whereas America and Canada, it's homesteading, which is a different strategy for settlerism that turns out to produce like much more efficient, centralized like liberal states. Like the liberal bourgeois reformers of like Bolivar, for instance, in Grand Colombia, which feels funny to say in English. Venezuela, Colombia, Ecuador, and I guess is it Panama as well as was in there. Like that's a guy who wants to have a society that looks closer to Anglo settler states. Yeah. Although the opposition of slavery was maybe that's but the exception in America, where the abolition of slavery takes a lot longer. And you don't want to give the British credit. That was the thing, like the Jordan Peterson thing, where he was like, you guys say white people are so racist. Well, we abolished slavery. Britain abolished slavery across the world. And it's like, I mean, you didn't start it, obviously, because slavery has existed in a lot of different content, especially the pre-modern, but still in the modern world, slavery is quite common. So much more common than I think people expect it to be, like, or imagine it to be. But it's like the guys who spread slavery the most, bragging about being like, okay, never mind, or kind of, it's not really as profitable anymore, and we kind of feel bad about it, and it's becoming a liability to colonial governance. Did Britain have chattel slavery? The British Empire certainly did. Am I crazy? They ended it much quicker than obviously America did. And the replacement, the forced, they didn't though. Am I stupid? Maybe is chattel like a distinct form? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure they did. Maybe there's like an analytically specific component to like chattel slavery that no, I'm right. Okay, thank you, chatter. They replaced it with that system which feels like it's a slur. I'm like, that was that used as a slur? The one that starts with a C. It's mainly like South Asian indentured servitude. Am I right that that's a slur? It feels like one. Do you know what I mean? This not this one. Which, sorry, I just burned away the rainforest down again. I really wish they could turn this off. Is there an option to turn this off? I I don't trust it. That's the problem. South and East Station. I didn't realize it was East Station as well. We'll just scroll past it. Yeah, I guess so. I guess as we all know, it doesn't actually use that much water. You know what's interesting? Minus AI and then it doesn't. Oh, okay, cool. It uses apparently text generation uses more energy, like a substantially larger amount of energy than picture generation. You'd think it's the opposite, right? You would think it would be the opposite, but none of it actually makes sense, I guess. Counting or not counting water usage. Right, was the Abolition Act specifically related to passed by British Parliament? Right, it was 1833, abolished slavery. It's a thing Jordan Peterson was bragging. To ensure continued labor, the act required enslaved people of over age 6 to work as apprentices for their former owners for 4 to 6 years. Failures of the apprenticeship system, full unconditional freedom was granted in 38. Yeah. But I one of the distinctions is that the American South had a like, what's a good way of explaining that? It had, the system of planters who had entrenched political power in a way that they wouldn't have in the British Empire. Which is one way of explaining, or a key component of the large difference in violence in a state like America compared to other Anglo settler states. Because yeah, the Latin settler states also had institution of slavery, of course, which feels like it's oddly not known. But yeah, Scottish were never chattel slavery. Well, that was one of them where it's like, well, Scottish people legally owned slaves, or enslaved people, but it was like, it wasn't in Scotland. It's like a not here, please not here. The cotton gin renewed economic reasons for slavery. That makes sense. It's a classic loophole. Anyway, what else is happening? The Epstein stuff is another one. So we talked about this on stuff, I guess. It's not a surprise that happened, I guess. Oh, you know what I should do? I should, because where is the thingy where I can did it expire? I'll do for the next let's do 5 hours, maybe 4 hours. It's 35% off on 5 or more gifted subs if you would like to give me money. Hamasanabi, that's a good one. I like that. If you'd like to give me money, it's the most efficient way of doing it in the next 4 hours. Why does Hassan not want to be gay? Oh, did people get mad at him for saying that? For saying he'd rather not be a gay Mexican Nazi? That's cool. That's fucked up of him to not want to be Mexican and gay. Those went crazy on it. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't know. Have people considered just like logging off? Have we considered whether we just want to log off? That I feel like that might be better for your time than it's blue sky melted down. Blue sky, when is blue sky not melting down? Some people are just straight and we can't fix them. That's true. Turks are gay Mexicans is a good take. That's a good one. I know someone got mad at me for making jokes about Turkish people. Donating all $18,000 you received from super chat donations. Nice. At 150,000 views on YouTube.
Oh, it's okay. I'm
That's
transgender.
funny.
Oh,
Sarduke,
I
thank
had
you.
no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the 5 gift subs. Much appreciated. Show the sword and ask the real Turk is. Exactly. You can tell Woke 2 is here because sports Twitter was bullying and canceling a dude over an old homophobic tweet. Yeah, it's kind of back. I've been meaning to write a newsletter about like what Woke 2 coming back means. And it's just basically nothing. I mean, it's just like a mirage. Like, it's fun to talk about, but then like the serious actual opinion here is like, this is, you know, just completely inane. Like, it's a dependency on a cultural momentum that had never meant anything in the first place and never protected anyone in the first place, really. It's just like a kind of a manifestation of like, you know, enlightenment kind of liberal social norms that don't actually do anything concretely, that are a compensation for the fact that like we don't have material power and we aren't like actually materially undermining oppressive institutions. And so it's just like, well, you can like yell at people at least. You can like woke as like, it's annoying that woke is a thing because it's just like, it's been like polarized back and forth to now mean something for people on the lib side of the culture war, because it is just a term stolen from black people that doesn't mean anything about, you know, what we're talking about. So that's unfortunate. You know, something Afro pessimism, American society using like the blackness as a negation, as like an energy to drain off, to steal from, to make their movements, the non-black movements, and idea like legible, etc., etc. I guess they you know, that's totally true. Well, come down to Spendeo time. I think that is true. That's absolutely correct. But yeah, it's that doesn't actually, unfortunately, it doesn't actually really mean anything unless you're really online. And again, like the people who undid wokeness in the first place, as we kind of all vaguely understand what that means, even if it's like a silly term, still have the power and the social position and the material life that causes them to want to move society in the direction that they've been moving it for a couple of years. J.K. Rowling promo team invited Jeffrey Epstein to see the Cursed Child in the Halls in 2018. That's so beast. End wokeness, because it's Prosobiec, right? Jack Prosobiec is in the Epstein files. That's okay. We gotta talk the Epstein files. It makes me so fucking sad that the Cool Island vacation thing is fake. Because I saw that. I was on Instagram a little bit. I haven't been scrolling for the most part, but like I was in an absurd amount of pain. I was in an absurd amount of pain, and I was like, well, okay, I can distract myself. I can distract myself. This is fine. I'll just scroll. And then I saw like, you know, forward epic, because that is something he would do. Yeah, I got period cramps, exactly. And women can do anything. And then I looked it up and it's like, no, this is not a real email. And it's like, because he is further, right? Like Musk is further implicated in the Epstein files, right? What is we can watch this. Voidzilla is an interesting one because he's like, Voidzilla is a good bellwether for like Trump approval. Because like Voidzilla isn't like quite shud coded, but he's very neutral. I wouldn't be surprised if he's like a socially liberal libertarian. Well, no, he's not really libertarian because Voidzilla's whole thing, he's just a centrist. Voidzilla's whole thing is he wants, you know, crypto, etc., to be treated as the
FBI just dropped 3.
What's it called? I'm blanking. Poll ideology being created in a petri dish by an Israeli pedophile. I've heard about the poll thing, but I didn't look into it, admittedly.
3.5 million files, and it is incredible.
Yeah, this is Biden. I forgot that word.
Some of the most powerful people on the planet. I can't believe.
Security. Thank you. Yeah.
It is
He just
stunning.
wants it to be a
Honestly,
security.
one of the biggest lies we've seen is the idea that the FBI could possibly come to us and
Sorry, it's Coffeezilla, but it's on his like.
not only is there not a client list, there was no credible evidence that Epstein blackmailed prominent individuals. Guys, we're about to see planned blackmail to one of the most powerful people on the planet, and that is Bill Gates. Listen, there's a lot we're going to get to, but we have to start with probably the craziest revelation here, which is Jeffrey Epstein emailing himself about Bill Gates. Now, if you don't know, Bill Gates and
Behind the Jeffrey Epstein linked. There's nothing embarrassing on here, is there? No, we're good. Epstein linked to 4chan founder to Moot. Most interesting people. This is a cool guy kid that you should meet. Christopher Poole? What? Oh, I have to make it. What? Mood is in the Epstein files? Oh, that's so funny. After meeting, they restarted Poll. He's 20. That's so cool that Poole, when he was fucking 23, he was hanging out with Epstein. This is too, I don't know. I guess this is someone related to the,
I am gay.
I don't know who G Vacation is. Unknown Mark, thank you. He is great. I had no clue who he was when we met. We talked to almost an hour nonstop. He will be a friend. He's one of the greatest hackers. Chris Poole has confirmed he will come see you at 3 p.m. to Jeffrey Epstein. What? What? By the way, guy, like, this is Poole. Like, Poole, he is responsible for the forum Poll where QAnon came from. Jeff just left Bill running for a week with Rubenstein. How do you like Moot? How do you like Moot? They're calling him fucking Moot in the thing. He's a close advisor to Gates. He's very sensitive, so be gentle. Tell Chris Poole to feel free to bring anyone he thinks is clever. Sorry for missing this. I've been off email for the past few weeks in an attempt to catch up with the rest of life. Hoping to see Boris at TED. From Chris Poole. Wanted to let you know that Boris is around. That's right. And so Poll was launched on October 23rd, 2011, 14 years ago. So it was like right before that. Right. So he launched it. This is such an awesome bake. I fucking love this. Yes, he posted Five Nights at Freddy's porn. I did see that. That's fascinating. A famous paleontologist the paleo community hates is also in the Epstein file. Is there any more fucking philosophy people? Is Dennett? Like, is there Steven Pinker stuff? Is there Daniel Dennett? Although, like, the worst evil, globalist Anglo is a really funny term that I can only describe, That's fucking hilarious. That's so funny. I mean, I would advise against conspiratorial stuff necessarily. I do. The idea that Poll is an Israeli psyop is quite funny. Because I mean, my reading on that was initially just like, you start Poll because it's like a lazy containment thing, and he's like, Mood is like chud coded anyways. He doesn't care, so it's just like a. Taleb is clean. Well, Taleb, started becoming chud after Epstein died. So he's like, because 2019 he wasn't chud, right? He wasn't chud coded. Oh, Maxwell Hill being the mod of World News is also in the files. That like conspiracy is confirmed. That's awesome. I don't know. I feel like the thing about conspiracies is like, I think people give. Would you be surprised to hear that I believe that I think people give way too much credit for conspiracies as like the prime engine of politics? Because like, even in cases where this cabal is like, oh, we need to organize to do this thing and have this effect. Like in the case of like one of these internet forums, for instance, there still has to be a mass of people that like it, that are willing to participate in it, that want it. Is there Sam Harris? That makes sense. And so like how to facilitate or understand that social structure that allows for rich people to prey on people is the much more interesting analysis, right? It's the same with why culture is bad, and you know, culture has been commodified. Like people actually want to be deceived. They want the slop. They want the emotional manipulation. It feels good. We're trying to segregate trans people from society. Only for trans women says they see trans men as wait. So I don't know who Trevis is to Epstein. Who is this? Who's this guy? Do I know? Is this one of the like old? Okay, this one. He's an Evo biologist. Is he related to like all of the? Is he in all of those like evil anti-trans work groups? He must be like friends with like Kenneth Zucker or something, or like Blanchard. Is he? I feel like. Is he like a Ray Blanchard guy? No, I think so. No, he does know Blanchard. Presumably? No. Blanchard and Zucker are citing him. Yeah, I wonder, because I know a bunch of all the like weird freaks. I would be curious how. Okay, let's read the email. I'll compare male to female. Which, by the way, you know what's interesting, and you can see like medical transphobia. Like, there's this point about like transphobia, like trans misogyny being like a form of misogyny, and people are like, no, it's like they think that you're like a gay guy. It's not misogyny, but like even very early on in trans healthcare, it was immediately understood by like just pretty universally by all that like trans women are the more insane ones than trans men. Because it's like, yeah, of course you want to be a fucking dude. Like, fair enough, brother. And like, you would want to point out like, how many situations do we have where there's a medical issue that affects both natal males and natal females, where they're like, no, the natal females are actually the sane ones and the normal ones. And like, well, it's easy. We'll give them access to, you know, healthcare a little bit more at least. It's like, no, there's clearly already NATO males. Yes, it's like it's I will compare male to female with female. With great molecular control over development, we are increasingly capable of producing novel phenotypes, more feminine men by blocking testosterone receptors, and at the same time increasing estrogen production. Because this is okay, so this is like way late. This is super late. This is not a novel thing. This has been doing it for a while at this point. More masculine women, heavy testosterone dosage, heavily bearded men. You would never guess they had a female bone in their body, which is... It's so cool to see like a biologist talk about the concept of a female bone. First kind, male to female, is 4 times more frequent than female to male, which has changed now, but was not the case in 2018. This is not true. This was never objected. This is not true in 2018. Certainly not. The first is attractive. Oh, he's a woman with a cock. So that if your fantasy is succumbenstic, otherwise you're completely heterosexual. It would be much nicer if the rest of the organism is female, then you get the best of both worlds. The worst thing about that, honestly, is imagine saying that in like 2018. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's almost like the Caitlyn Jenner tweet, yeah. Like, it's a little bit late. So many transsexual women are very attractive and easily make money, which again is not empirically true. There's a very large income disparity. That's the thing you need to realize about all these fucking people. And it's the same with the actual sexologists who are doing trans healthcare. It's a boys club of fucking idiots who don't have to actually say things that are right because no one is checking them. Because everyone else in these at the top of these institutions are also a part of a boys club, and they have a common understanding, so they can do whatever they want. So many transsexual women are very attractive and easily make money, which in turn they assert promotes their prostitution since they have to pay hefty fees for injections every week. Okay. The concept that like injections are like the main like expense, And it's like, what's it fine? Because like they're so hot that they can do sex work and make a shit ton of money. American healthcare moment. I'm pretty sure injections are cheaper in America than they are in Canada. But they are sexually happy. Not when they fucking not when you fucking pay them to have sex with them. I'm sure they're very sexually unhappy. Which is the only context in which this man is engaging. That is always telling as well, where it's like a guy who's like clearly uncomfortably familiar with trans women and thinks that they're all sex workers, and it's like, I wonder where you're going. There's a vaginoplasty specialist in the Epstein files. Oh god, I need to do an episode on this. Okay, because it's just more science and transition stuff. Oh man. Prolific vaginoplasty surgeon performed plastic surgery for Epstein's girls. Oh man. See, the frustrating thing about this is like, it's like the thing with John Money being a pedophile, who's like important early trans healthcare guy, is like those people were evil and they tormented trans people. Like they tormented them and like gave a very few select amount of trans women after they've jumped through absurd amounts of hoops and tormented them access to hormones. Like they're like, but because a lot of anti-trans people are like, well, you know, their position is so radical that it's like, well, they gave some people access to hormones, they must be on trans people's side. That they don't realize that, like, actually, concretely, especially now, like, all of those people and the history of those institutions, like, actually ally with you now. Because they, first and foremost, want to torment trans people. They want to they want to use their medical expertise, the authority they have in these institutions to have power over a group of people, be able to speak for those people about them. Killdeer, thank you. Hello. Contrast the poor female to male versions. They are unhappy and lonely. They are men with, mom pops, the worst of both worlds. It's also, again, like, you see this a lot with these, like, horny male sexologists, is like, they can only conceive of how a person could be happy or not based upon whether they want to fuck them. Like, you know, an important part of, like, honestly, I think being able to feel the emotion of love to its fullest extent is accepting heterogeny within human experience. You know, it's like, it's not the golden rule. It's not do unto others as you wish to be done to yourself. It's like, some people want people to do different things to them.
Brown bear?
Thoughtbug, thank you. They have a very fundamentally different territory that they exist within. They respond to stimuli and they deal with it in a very fundamentally different way. And you can't just reason it out by being like, well, what would I want? Oh, well, I definitely wouldn't want that at all. That sounds terrible. I don't understand. Therefore, they must be unhappy. And it's a lot of this sexology is driven by. So anyway, did I miss another Thoughtbug? Oh no, I did say that. TMZ founders in the files. That's great. Let me just click these links and then go back to finishing this horrible tweet. If you like smelly masculine men, okay, I don't want to finish reading that. That comes with the show. You do not want one of nature's more complex and variable structures. Not the poom poom. That is an acquired taste. Brother, you are fucking gay. Sorry, like, what do you mean? Sorry, I know. Sorry. Sorry, what do you mean? We are now pushing the intervention early, so you notice your 3-year-old son has trans tendencies, so now you intervene with hormones. I would be frightened to do that, but who knows? Which is not true. No one's doing that. That's fucking wrong. That is wrong. That is incorrect. An overwhelming amount of interventions on minors, you do puberty blockers until they're 16, and it's like, okay, you keep saying that you're fucking trans. You've been saying it for 4 years. We'll start you on hormones now, and you can start your puberty at 16. It's very conservative, and very few people gain access to it because there aren't that many clinics. It's just a who's who of people who've literally ruined fucking everything from housing to healthcare to politics to video games. Yeah. You know what actually, this is a really bad analogy. It's so bad, maybe I'm just going to decide not to say it. Maybe I'll be vague. No, because that's such a bad analogy. The reason why all these people... I was going to make a joke about, like, you know how people are like, oh, there must be some weird conspiracy because, like, all the trans women who, like, either in entertainment / sex work and have big accounts follow each other, there must be a conspiracy. It's just like, well, you're just kind of the same type of person. And it's like, in this case, it's like, well, yeah, all of the people who are evil and do evil shit and their whole role in life is to have influence over shadowy institutions and have a shit ton of money. Like, yeah, of course they hang out, right? Like, that's not especially a surprise. I don't think that needs to be accounted for in any structural way. Not particularly in any structural way. Like, you need to account for things structurally, but like, you don't need, oh, we need to tear down our image of what politics is and rebuild it. It's like, no, I mean, I'm sure they have lots to talk about. Yeah. And they all have this really weird, like, it's really hard to describe it, but you can see it embodies like the sexologists, these like evil sexologists really well, as well, is like this, it's like dark enlightenment ideology. They love the dark enlightenment stuff where it's like, ostensibly this is very open-minded, we're using science, we're saying things that are taboo that like people can't deal with, but it's fundamentally from this perspective of facilitating more power for the people who believe it, because they believe that they have earned and they deserve their power in virtue of the fact that they've gotten it.
I am gay.
Cuck Maniloy, I think. Chuck, not cuck. I called you a cuck. I'm sorry. Sorry. Thank you for the 2 months. I'm sorry. My fault. My fault. Yeah, no, my fault. Prolific vaginoplasty surgeon. Performed plastic surgery for Epstein's girls, brought young children to Epstein Island. Crazy. Which spanned nearly a decade. That's crazy. I wonder... Yeah. No, I mean, that's why this guy believes that I was looking for a more conclusive connection in this thing with like the evil sexologists who do trans related stuff but it is just like that is just the ideology of like the dark enlightenment guys, because they're like quote unquote socially liberal, but in a way that's like I also like controlling people though, but like I can see objectively that there's nothing morally wrong with homosexuality. Yeah, so here we go. See, and of course, they do it. They do the thing. They do the thing that I was going to say before, where it's like, this is a... Email show Jeffrey Epstein plotted the transgender revolution with renowned Harvard scientist. Epstein wasn't just trafficking girls, he was in talks about pushing radical gender ideology. Which again, like, the ideology that they're quote-unquote pushing is, like, the specific form of medical transphobia that is, like, that did dominate those institutions, dominate trans-related institutions for decades, but, like, no longer does. And, like, your anti-trans stuff is a reaction to it not dominating anymore, to that old guard losing power, right?
The head evolutionary research scientist at Harvard is in scores of messages with Epstein going back over a decade before they launched the whole transgenderism mass rollout, talking
they did the mass rollout
about how they would use this to prepare people for transhumanism and to give up their humanity, that we would accept little girls becoming boys and vice versa. We would accept human cloning, designer babies, genetic engineering, which I've told you for 25 years was the plan. I was reading the Tavistock Institute MI6 documents from the 80s that first engineered and planned this. So the corporate media pushes is why it's...
Yeah, again, it's this is the problem with conspiracy stuff, right? Like it's easy to identify, oh, it must have been a top-down thing, but that doesn't explain, like, well, why are people becoming trans? It doesn't explain the dynamic properly. There's just this idea that, like, well, there was a conspiracy, and so the conspiracy invented the phenomenon. It's like, well, there's far more in the world to talk about than a couple people who are in positions of power in big institutions conspiring to have an event happen. Oh, big lizard. There's far more to say about it than that, right? Like in this case, the rollout of transgenderism, the transgender rollout, which is presumably like the tipping point in like 2014 or whatever, happened because a lot of people have always been asking, since they knew that it was possible to biologically change your sex, people have been asking to change their sex. And then we hit a point where there was enough influence in institutions that did that, medical institutions that did that a lot more people could do it. And like none of the conspiracy like has anything to say about that. It is unrelated.
Rights and so much more. It's about pedophilia. If they can't rape your child because there's a social taboo against it, because there should be, they can say it's stylish to become sterilized with chemicals or surgeries. And you can read all the emails. They're up on Infowars.com. They're in the DOJ data dump of them obsessing over this. And they had their Weird Zorro Ranch medical facility where he supposedly was impregnating hundreds of women. That's all the true story, the mad scientist angle.
Here's the thing is, like, again, it's like intellectual dark web stuff where it's a guy who ostensibly is like, oh, I love science, empirical data research, I'm pushing taboos. And like, it's like, oh, I'm going to use the techno capital I have amassed to dominate the world, there is this like, there's certainly, and I mean, it's all, a lot of it's just fucking stupid because these people are stupid, but they can have a big effect because they have a lot of power. So yeah, like the wombs, the problem though for these is that like, that's just Elon Musk. Like Elon Musk also believes that.
Yes, the pedophilia is important, but the money laundering, the Mossad, the CIA, the MI6, that's why it got covered up. That's why the deep state wanted Trump to block it.
Tila's all over the emails. I mean, of course. I guess I feel like that one feels like it's like that's my version of the Mandela effect, where everyone is like, when Mandela died, I was like, I thought he had already died. Like, we must have shifted into a new dimension. The previous dimension, he had already died. Because it's like, I thought we already knew that. Maybe we didn't. Maybe I just saw that and I was like, sure, yeah, he's the guy who would be involved in this.
Now that Trump's seen this all come out, he said, I'm vindicated, see? Well, now you got to prosecute him, Trump. This whole house of cards is coming down. This is so historic.
Isn't there more Trump shit recently?
This is so powerful. And just like the populist movement forced these files out, now we want the prosecutions. Because Trump is not involved now. But if he continues to allow the deep state to obfuscate, he becomes an accessory after the fact and signs on to future crimes the deep state commits. Trump, we know you're not going to do that.
We can watch the video. Let's watch this video.
Biden term is going to be a thing of the past, and I'm so proud to be part of
And
this.
fellas, some great things happening, right?
Yeah.
Marty, there's great, really great things happening, I hear. And some...
With new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up, we're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. Now I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it. I appreciate it. Thank you, please.
Watch your face.
That because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to keep up. We're going proactive on these new chemicals.
That's great. Now I hear fantastic things. Thank you all very much. We really appreciate it a lot. Thank you, Oz. He's doing a fantastic job. Thank you all very much.
I heard. You want me to turn it up? You could hear it. Like, is this not edited? This feels like it would be edited. Do you know what I mean?
The DOJ on addressing that because chemists are coming up with new opioids faster than the government has been able to.
That's a fucking loud noise. You need to appreciate how loud that noise is, that we can hear it. Like this mic.
Keep up.
Think about how,
proactive
like,
on these new.
That's a loud fucking noise. Yeah, he must have shit himself if he immediately ends it. It's not a fart. I think so. All right, let's watch this. Let's watch this video.
Epstein
I know it's
had a
so crazy in there.
relationship post 2008. That's a big year. You're going to hear a lot today because 2008 was the time that Epstein pled guilty for soliciting of somebody under the age of 18. He was a predator at this point. Everybody knew it. Now, eventually, Bill Gates would get divorced when all of this came out. Melinda Gates said it was part of the direct cause for the divorce. She said she met Epstein and said he was evil.
Also, folks, if you like to give me money, it's 35% off for 5 or more gifted subs. It's the most efficient time you can give me money. Much appreciated.
Evil personified.
So you have to understand, this is like Bill Gates' kryptonite. He's one of the richest men on the planet. He's got this huge philanthropy arm. But this relationship with Epstein has been a huge problem for him. And Epstein appears to have known that because in
I
Kevin,
had
thank
no
you.
idea.
Thank you so much.
Do whatever you want all the time.
We'll have to see it.
2013, Bill Gates appears to be distancing himself from Jeffrey Epstein. And Epstein seems to have a problem with that. He says, I assume the dedication to our relation went both ways. Larry has now asked me to recommit to a confidentiality agreement. Basically, he's got to shut up about his relationship with Bill Gates. And this is where the blackmail starts. And it comes in the form of like, if I were you, I would do X if I were the type of guy that you should be. He says, in that regard, I suggest I buy you the house that you had your heart set on. In addition to 5 years of severance, we'll buy you out of the investment contract we agreed upon, 30 to 40% of an $100 million partnership for $30 million in today's terms. That's what I would have done had I been in your shoes. Then he lays out what he has on Bill Gates, or what he says he has. Quote, to add insult to injury, you subsequently, with tears in your eyes, implore me to delete the emails I had regarding your STD.
I am
Your
gay.
request that I provide you antibiotics that
Fairy,
you could
thank you.
surreptitiously give to Melinda, and the description of your I mean, this is insane. It's completely insane. It's like basically laying out in text form, I would give me millions of dollars, and I can't believe you're asking me to delete the message where you were going to
Trump
give...
shit himself to distract from the Epstein files. I do love people like when America is just like invading a country. It's like this is a distraction from the Epstein files. And it's like, I mean, sort of, but like, you know, Trump dies, and it's like he's just trying to distract us from the Epstein
STD
files.
medication to your wife without her knowledge. I mean, it's complete. It's crazy. It's just completely obvious what he's doing here. It's just a nudge, nudge, wink, wink. Here's what you should do. But now that coming out after Epstein's death, this looks really bad for Gates, obviously, because you usually wouldn't blackmail somebody for something that's completely false or fake. I mean, maybe he did that. But we also know Bill Gates had affairs. Obviously, Melinda credits it for their divorce. So it's hard to believe there was nothing sketchy going on. Bill Gates, of course, maintains that it was completely above board. He says the fact this allegation was in here just shows how much Epstein was willing to defame people. But Epstein lays it out. He says he helped Bill get drugs in order to deal with the consequences of sex with Russian girls, facilitating his illicit trysts with married women, and to being asked to provide Adderall for bridge tournaments. Look, guys, this is exactly what we suspected the whole time. Epstein was providing services to rich people and expecting payment via blackmail. Now you might say, and it's true, that we don't know that Epstein ultimately sent that version of an email to Gates. All we know is he sent that to himself. He may have planned the blackmail and just been drafting something. But what we do know are two things. The Wall Street Journal has reported that Gates was threatened by Epstein over an affair. We also know that after this blackmail email Jeffrey sent to himself was written, eventually Gates sent a $2 million donation to MIT directed by Jeffrey Epstein, which is a bit weird if you had distanced yourself from the guy and y'all had this big falling out. Now again, do we know for sure that Bill Gates did all of that? No, of course we don't. But do I think Bill Gates was innocently looking for charity advice from a after he already pled guilty? No, I don't. I'm sorry, I'm not that gullible. And speaking of not that gullible, we've been lied to also by another richest guy on the planet. Geez, it's a shock why they don't want to put this out. Elon Musk,
No more Musk.
who has been saying...
Again, so fucking sad that the what was it, the cool island vacation is fake. Also, did you guys notice I sat on my glasses? They're like slightly off. I gotta I bent them a little.
4 years that it is a lie that he went to Epstein's
Me next is crazy.
island. In fact, he says he refused to go. From Elon, he says,
My ears
Epstein
are
tried to get me to
crooked.
go to his island. I refused. He says, anyone pushing this false narrative deserves complete contempt. Later responding to another headline which said Elon Musk planned trip to Epstein's private island. And he says, this is false. But of course, we start to dig through the files and we can
It's so beast to be like, Trump is in the Epstein files, like, and then like you're also in them.
see on Epstein's calendar that Elon Musk is booked in December 6th of 2014. But maybe you don't believe that. That's just the word of Jeffrey Epstein. But maybe you'll believe the word of Elon Musk, who was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein to go to his island post the guilty plea. Elon Musk writes, "Will be in BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays. Good time to visit." Jeffrey Epstein says, "I will send a heli for you." Later, Elon Musk writes to Epstein, probably just to Lula and me, his ex-wife, what day and night would be the wildest party
Oh, he's so fucking lame.
on your island.
It's so funny that like all these guys are such fucking losers. Like it's like Jeffrey Epstein is a guy who like wasn't cool in high school, and he's just like torturing these like the girls as in part because of the weird psycho, but like somehow they're like he's the fucking loser. Like Elon is the loser among these fucking losers. Vivian recalled the trip to St. Bart's around this time. He dipped off on his kids to go party with Epstein.
The world's richest man is asking the most pedophile man for the wildest party on his island. And then it gets more explicit. In 2012, remember, this is a guy who said, "I refused it. I could never do that," right? It's false. But here in 2012, he says, "Do you have any parties planned? I've been working to the edge of my..."
Oh, he's so lame. He's the guy who's like, "Yeah, no, you guys doing anything on Friday?" And it's like, nope. No, we're not actually.
Canada this year.
The idea that like Elon doesn't end up I think the answer is that he probably did, but the idea that like he wouldn't because he's not cool enough.
I really want to hit some
like
party scene.
like he wanted to do pedophilia, but he like
in St. Bart's or elsewhere and let loose. The invitation is much appreciated, but a peaceful island experience is the opposite of what I'm looking for. Guys, he can't even play the "I went to go study math" excuse, which is what all these guys do. They say, "Hey, I just went to go talk to scientists." Elon's like, "Hey, I don't want to do that. I'm looking for a party. That's what I'm here to do." And then Jeffrey Epstein writes, "Understood, I will see you on St. Barth. The ratio on my island might make your ex-wife uncomfortable." I can't believe these guys are lying to us and people are swallowing it still, thinking that Elon Musk had nothing to do with this guy. So again, that's 2012. That's 2014. But guess what? There's another time in 2013. I mean, this seems like a yearly thing with the boys.
this email is fake. Well, no, I mean it was in the files. He's just saying it's fake.
Here, once again, Elon Musk writes, "We'll be in the BVI St. Bart's area over the holidays." Again, is there a good time to visit? Jeffrey Epstein, any day, 1st to the 8th, play it by ear if you want, always space for you. They then plan some more, and you might think, well, if Elon ever told the truth, this is when he has to reject, right? Because he said, "I refused." But actually, it appears to be one of those cases where, like, your friend says, like, "Oh, bro, I dumped her." And actually, it was the other way. Yeah, it turns out Elon didn't dump the The dumped Elon.
He's not cool
He says,
enough.
"Bad news. Unfortunately, my schedule will keep me in New
Oh, I'm just so busy tonight. Like, I already have like a couple.
York. Hopefully we can schedule another time in the future." Jeffrey Epstein let Elon down. That's actually the real story. Is the reason he didn't go in 2013 was because he couldn't go. Jeffrey Epstein was not there. Guys, I mean, how blatant do they have to make it before we start to just see through it, right? When they issue these ridiculous denials, they're totally associated with the guy after the guilty plea. They lie through their teeth, but they can't even keep their story straight. I mean, that's what's crazy. They're not even competent at this. They get caught in their own lies all the time. Remember, the FBI's official story was they didn't blackmail. Well, before we even had these files, Howard Lutnick was on the record calling Jeffrey Epstein the greatest blackmailer ever.
So how come Bill Gates and all these other people could hang around him and not see what you saw? Or did they see it and ignore it? Or
no, they participated.
Right.
That's what his MO was, get a massage. And what happened in that massage room?
It's pretty obvious.
I assume was on video.
I mean, yeah.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Interesting. Okay, so how?
Yeah, I mean, that is the funny, like, a lot of the things with these emails that are so fascinating is, like, one, like, emailing is like the worst fucking security possible. Like Epstein thought he was fucking invincible. Even in 2019, he's like, we're gonna stage a comeback, right? Like that's the Bannon thing. When he's working with Bannon, he's like, I'm gonna stage a comeback. Like even though I was convicted for soliciting, prostitution from a minor, like I'm gonna do a comeback. Like I'm so entrenched. I know all these powerful people. Like no one can touch me. So the collecting of blackmail is like, well, it's for my own personal
perspective. Now,
well-being.
if you don't know, that guy.
I mean, also, I mean, isn't it pretty clear that he was an asset? It was clear, right? We know that explicitly. That's not like speculation.
Do you think he's just telling the truth there?
But, an asset on presumably clearly in unfriendly terms, like an intelligence asset in unfriendly terms.
Even this
he
guy,
joked with Abe Brock about it, yeah.
Who's contradicting the official narrative.
It's like, I know people, I have the blackmail makes me powerful in these institutions. It gives me influence. Because all these, these intelligence agencies also want to, like, not only keep tabs on these powerful people, because that might be useful, but also to know that the guy who is keeping tabs is like with them is cool. He's not gonna send a photo to every, an anonymous photo to every, large newspaper thing, like large journalistic institution that's a minor and certain politician, high-ranking official that they don't know about, right? They
literally live next to.
And Epstein is such a fucking loser. Like he's like, oh, it's cool, that he doesn't have any like. He has no problem with these institutions of power. He's like, no, it's cool. I'm hanging out with the super top secret CIA guys, and they like me.
Jeffrey Epstein. This guy who's like, I'm going to tell the truth. Those guys participated. That guy lives next to Jeffrey Epstein. And by the way, he lied.
Yes, and then the sweetheart deal, it was pretty obvious. Yes, no, yeah. To back off because he's a part of his intelligence. I guess that was always obvious.
Two, I love this video we're about to get into because this guy, Mr. He's the greatest blackmailer ever, does he know something we don't know? Because it's interesting. Mr. I'm his neighbor had to also explain how he had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein. And he lays it out pretty simply. He goes, yep, I live next to him, but in 2005, I had such a horrible experience that I knew I could never talk to him again.
He was your neighbor for 10 years. How well did you know him?
We move in 2005, okay? Jeffrey Epstein is arrested in like 08, I think, or something like that.
Right.
So knock on the door. His assistant on like a Saturday says, Mr. Epstein, your neighbor would like to invite you over for coffee. And there's a massage table in the middle of the room. Massage table in the middle of your house? How often you have a massage? And he says, every day. And then he like gets like weirdly close to me.
Ooh.
And he says, and the right kind of massage.
Ooh.
Now my wife is standing here. So she looks at me and I look at her and we say, I'm sorry, we have to go. And we left. And in the 6 or 8 steps it takes to get from his house to my house, my wife and I decided that I will never be in the room with that disgusting person ever again.
Well, he couldn't be more clear, could he, right? He says, hey, I may have been his next door neighbor, but I met him once before the 2008 guilty plea. Remember I said that was a big deal. And we got invited over, and it was like 5 seconds, and we left, and we realized he was a creep. We were out of there. He made this rude, lewd comment in front of my wife. I would never go see this guy. I mean, he makes it super clear he's gross.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
These other guys, they may have participated.
You know what's revealing about this? Because we all know like what's being set up for here is like the reality then is that like, oh, you did all of the evil shit and you hung around the monster and you knew he was fucking gross, but you were like, yeah, he's fucking sick. Yeah, he's a pig, but like whatever. It is very like, not to talk about patriarchy again, but like a lot of men are like that. Not obviously to the extent of hanging out and being friends with Jeffrey Epstein, but they're like, yeah, that's just my boy, and he hates women and objectifies them.
Participated.
But Howard
even the good ones who like don't participate in the discourse, who aren't like also like, oh, did you see that fucking girl, misogynistic, they're just quiet. They don't say anything and they continue to hang out with them.
Lutnick, he could never. No, he's too good of a guy. Well, guess what we found in the old emails? Looky. It's Howard Lutnick writing in to Jeffy Boy in 2012. Hi, Jeff. We're landing in St. Thomas early afternoon, planning to head over. Where are you located? What's the exact location for my captain? Does Sunday evening for dinner sound good? Is this the guy you said made a lewd comment to your wife and, oh, I could never be in front of him. He's gross. Guess what the next email is? My boy's wife messaging in, saying we're headed towards you in St. Thomas. Later, the subject line, Jeffrey Epstein. Good morning, Howard. Jeffrey.
The wife is, yeah. That's like the...
Wish me to pass you along. Nice seeing you. They clearly met, and the guy is just lying about it to your face, to the American public's face, and they tried to hide it from us. I cannot emphasize this enough.
It's so insane this is on email. They're all so confident, right? They're so fucking confident. They're like, no, we are at the top of power. We know everyone. Friends with the fucking guys at the CIA. Friends with the Mossad. Hanging out with fucking Ehud Barak. They're like, no, who the fuck? Nobody's gonna touch us.
Lying through their teeth. You think this guy perfectly remembers a 2005, like walking in the guy's house? I remember exactly what I said to him. My wife and I looked at each other, and he wouldn't remember the 2012. I boated over to his private island for a dinner.
They're dabbing
on us.
Is
that what we're really thinking? Is that what we're expected to believe? This is a momentary lapse in his judgment. No, these guys don't even care about being consistent, and they're all throwing each other under the bus. Don't you remember Elon Musk saying, the time to drop the really big bomb, Donald Trump is in the Epstein files.
Classic.
That's the real reason they haven't been made public. My guy, you also are in the Epstein files, very clearly doing stuff you lied about, okay? So is Howard Lutnick, who says, yeah, Bill Gates, he's probably getting blackmailed because he participated. What did you do on the island over in 2012, Howard? Do we know that? I mean, does anyone care? Now, the last thing I want to talk about is some of the most explosive stuff. It's also, again, I have to say, unverified, okay? This is the NTOC, the FBI's National Threat Operations Center. And the challenge with confirming some of this is that these are anonymous tips, or they black them out at least, so we don't know who they are, and anyone can drop a tip. Now, that doesn't mean that you should disregard them. It just means we can't verify them. The other challenge is that the FBI has a heavy incentive to discredit anything with Donald Trump in it.
These are
just
the
because
schizo calls.
he's in the White House right now, obviously. And so I want to be clear, there are notes related to some of these submissions
ones are a bit
where they
more.
say things like Complainant was spoken to and deemed not credible. Additional research showed 3 separate redacted. It's hard to tell how much this is the proper due diligence of the FBI, which they should be doing, of course, and not all complaints are credible. But also there's this obvious conflict of interest with the fact that the sitting president is in some of these complaints. But here they are for what it's worth. Complaint summary. Blank reported an unidentified female friend who was forced to perform on President Trump approximately 35 years ago in New Jersey.
Oh, these are just like hard to... Yeah, these are like unverifiable, I see.
That she was approximately 13 to 14 years old when this occurred, and the friend allegedly bit President Trump while performing. The friend was allegedly hit in the face after she laughed about biting President Trump. The friend also said she was abused by Epstein. Later,
the one that just like really sticks with me, I can't even remember the context of it, because like all of this is the thing about like just like sexual abuse in general, but I think especially for like minors, is like the person experiencing it is never centered at all. And I mean, in this case, it's good that you want to, I don't even know what the like, clearly how our society is dealing with this is not for 100 million reasons, not like the just way of handling it. What do you mean centered? Like, oftentimes, especially for women who are abused, they are just an object, and no one really cares about how they feel or what they think. We understand that the act is wrong and that it has some sort of bad effect. Oftentimes, people pathologize like the very common effects of sexual abuse, and like you see a woman who's experienced, like that has the effects of that, and it's like, oh, she's fucking crazy, she's a bitch. Is one component of the fact that like what is centered is the what is the abuser, and oftentimes for like you can't like there's a perfectly good reason to center the abuser, but oftentimes somehow society can't even fucking do that right. But the one that stuck with me, I can't remember where this was from, was a girl on the, I think it was the Lolita Express, who was like asking someone, R. Kelly's victims came up publicly today. Oh really? I didn't know that. Oh wow. Yeah, I mean, one of the reasons why people don't do that is because there's so much shame around it, which is based on like the structure of how sexual abuse is treated. But what was I gonna say? It was a girl asking someone on the plane, like, where are we going? Like, she just didn't know, like it's just like, oh fuck, I have to be on this fucking plane. There's just nothing they can do. And it's such a, like, I don't know, that one has really stuck with me, of just like, yeah, I don't know. Just that like horrifying, like, this is my life. I can't leave whatever we're doing. I have to like put like a disgusting old man in front of me. Like, there's nothing I can do about it. And it's just, it's like, I can't imagine that where it's like everyone, all of the literal, like, you know, it's weird to say it feels horrific to say adults, but that's how it works, because these survivors are not adults. All the adults around you are just like, this is normal. Oh, we're just like going somewhere, don't worry. You know, like, it's like a supervised trip where you have no control, but the purpose of it is like just child sexual abuse. I don't know, I can't remember where I remember seeing that, of the girl asking like, where are we going? Yeah. And obviously, you know, it maybe the question, the answer is that it's like, it's very difficult to imagine in the current discourse how centering any of these survivors would be helpful at all, and how that could be. But obviously, if we actually want to deal with harm,
there's
clearly the answer, you know, not that you could ever trust any of the current like cultural social institutions to handle having any of their anonymity revealed. I mean, I can't imagine.
Very explosive claims about big parties with her, other younger girls, and older Victoria's Secret models, including Bill Clinton and Donald Trump. There's claims third hand about a female victim of Epstein's who wants to publish a book citing Leslie Wexner, Epstein, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Ghislaine Maxwell is in the videos as well. And it goes on like this for a while. Some of the complaints are just like very graphic, and obviously I'm gonna censor out some of it. But I should also mention the DOJ claims that some of these claims were submitted to the FBI right before the 2020 election. To be clear, the claims
okay. I mean, yeah, you can't
are
really.
unfounded and false, and if they had any shred of credibility, they would have certainly been weaponized against President Trump already. Now, I agree that if a complaint is timed right before an election, there definitely could be some other motivations to that. But it's also ridiculous to say that anything in the Epstein files, if it were...
So, folks, again, if you would like to give me money for a couple hours, it's 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. It's the most efficient way you can give me money. It's much appreciated.
True would have come out already.
We got lots of people.
Because why didn't we see the stuff about Bill Gates, for example? I mean, that stuff apparently has been sitting in here for a long time. And not only did no one talk about it, the FBI literally, like, covered for it. I mean, they said that this was not the case. There are big claims against a lot of powerful people. Nobody in that file really wants to rock the boat or release the files.
They put the schizo calls with the rest to lower the credibility of the situation. Right. J.K. Rowling invited Epstein to the Cursed Child. Yes, that's incredible.
And their buddies get in trouble, and that's a huge problem. So I don't really buy the idea that, oh, if it were true, it would have already gotten out. I don't buy that. That's why we need transparency. That's why it's important these files are out. But this is just to look at a small fraction of the files.
Oh,
and
okay.
over the next few weeks,
we're
we're going to go through all
you.
of the major findings we can from this 3.5
Thank you for the 5 subs. Much appreciated.
million page document dump. But seriously, think about how discrediting this has been.
Uptown
Not only to
Schizo
this
as well.
administration,
Okay, I'm
but to
Thank you.
so
Thank you, Uptown
I had no
Schizo. Thank you for the
idea.
5 gift subs.
Do whatever you want
many
all the
rich
time.
and powerful people who have lied through their teeth happily towards you in order to hide.
You know who never went to Epstein Island, did he? Isn't that like not true? Wasn't there somehow like some interaction there?
A relationship with this man that many of them held post-guilty plea. And some of them, now we know, Epstein prepared blackmail for them and, according to reports, threatened.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no
Star's
idea.
fun, thank you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you for the 5 gifts, so it's much appreciated. Yeah. There's a hype train coming up if you'd like to give me money. Much appreciated. Yeah, no, it's incredibly grim, and it's also frustrating to know that, like, it's very difficult. Well, at least one woman can do math. Transgender, probably. Yeah, again, it's like they're transphobic, but in like the old kind of chaser sexologist medical transphobia way. Because, you know, all of those old sexologists are obsessed with the concept of like straight men who have sex with trans women. That's one of the reasons why I think they prefer trans women who are mainly attracted to men to transition, because like there's this idea that like, oh, you get surged up and then you just like, you're just an infertile straight woman who has just has a very heterosexual presenting relationship with a straight guy, and you settle down and you adopt kids, and then no one ever knows. Like, it's harder to set that up in any other arrangement. And then also there's like you could even see in like the 60s and the 70s like handbooks, they want to scientifically introduce and prove the idea that like no, us wanting to fuck them is also not gay. We're also not gay, and we're making them more feminine, so it's actually, we're helping not be gay. We're making society less gay. It is like, that is where the Iranian discourse comes from. I'm sure there's more intimate knowledge about that. There's more intimate details about that, but it is making a mark on an already existing medical discourse. It turns out that people making that medical discourse are evil. Elon went from ignoring the Epstein files completely to trying to use them to brag about how he didn't need a guy like Epstein to help him hang out with young women. Admittedly, I was at first dumb enough to think he actually meant hanging out with UN diplomats. However, even after he clarified that he meant to party with younger women under age 25, I still chose working on rockets and cars. So he's arguing with this fucking... Elon's gonna molest Grok more now, isn't he? Based on a recent released Epstein file on September 23rd, Musk declined an invite to meet UN diplomats. Epstein replied jokingly about the party's attendees being all very cute and under 25. If I actually wanted to spend any time partying with young women, it would be trivial for me to do so without the help of a creepy loser like Epstein, and I would still have 99% of my mind available for other things. Yeah, this is incredible, man. You gotta keep posting. Elon, you gotta keep, like, this is a lawyer speaking. I advise you to fucking keep posting through that shit. This is fire, dude. You gotta keep up. You gotta keep up the good work. Let's see. The new defense is Elon would be a way better child sex trafficker. Elon Musk is such a funny, sad individual. Elon Musk has his pick of virtually every available woman on the planet. Which is, of course, why he had to pay off his, like, one of his, like, female employees for like sexually harassing her by like being like, I will pay $100,000. I will buy you a horse if you fuck me. And she was like, I'm suing. He would need to hook up for some weird, creepy weirdo who lives on an island. I mean, that's the real answer as well, is it's like all of those guys are fucking losers. And like, they're like, how do I do pedophilia? With my money, and the answer is Epstein. Like, that's your guy. If you were like a rich guy, if you were, you're an Elon Musk, let's say, and you're like, oh, I want to do pedophilia with my money, and I have all this money, like, one of your friends would be like, I fucking know a guy. He's got an island. We'll put you on the island. Yeah, Epstein files reveal Jeffrey Epstein got banned from Xbox Live. Jeffrey Epstein got banned for claiming that his dad worked for Xbox. Jeffrey Epstein banned for claiming that he knows Bill Gates and will get you banned for killing him. He's the one guy who actually was right when he was like, I know the guy who makes Microsoft, who runs Microsoft.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Thank you, Oft. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. threats of death, harm, property damage, or any other act of vandalism, verbal abuse or profanity, griefing, extortion, libel. You get banned for libel. For stalking is fucking crazy. Oh, okay. May include, but is not limited to. How do you stalk someone on the... I mean, I guess you can stalk someone on the internet. I guess that's... Yeah. Display or transmission of personally identifiable... He was sending people their IP address. He was, like, getting Bill Gates to be like, what is this kid's fucking name? That's like... I mean, yeah, these are fucking insane losers. It's a person who is used to with using the immense power that they have, ensuring that like everything goes their way. It's incredibly childish, right? It's like I want to be able to be God. I don't want to want something and not be able to get it. And so they throw these fucking tantrums, you know, when you die in a video game. It's like I want the video game to change so that I win. And so, like, of course, that's going to extend to... I refuse your application for a temporary resident. He was banned. He tried to move to Canada in 2018, and Canada said no. That must have been a real, like... That is the one consolation, I guess, at the end of Epstein's life, is that, like, he was, like, so washed. You know, he only gets to hang out with, like, Steve Bannon and Noam Chomsky. He was like, it's like he listens to Viva La Vida and he's like, I used to hang out with the Microsoft guy. And now he's like not even, you know, he's an intelligence asset. He's hanging out with the Prime Minister of Israel. And now he can't even get let into Canada. That's why they were trying to do the comeback tour. He was trying to get a comeback for his image. He had a WoW account. Honestly, not surprised. Not fucking surprised, bro. Harvey Levin is in the Epstein files. Described as someone's good friend who might be helpful in the global PR campaign, defending convicted... Wait, what is the date for it? Okay, 2011. Plead guilty to solicitation, no tabloid exaggeration of pedophilia. Je paid a price, no allegation of minors since 5 just... Leading to London press the absurdity of they were law enforcement. Okay, but he was participating in the because again he's like a PR guy. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein paid the price. Oh, yeah, okay, I see. I thought he was like doing the thing, you know, the Reddit thing where you switch to French for like a single word. Epstein is le pedophile. Yeah. Yeah, it's all very silly. I think is my opinion. It's not good. And of course nothing's gonna happen. Like don't it's not gonna, like, nothing's gonna happen. It's not gonna of course. I really don't. Ironically, like, there's something strange about the fact that, like, Trump winning. One thing is, like, it was terrible for Epstein. I mean, obviously, let's say that, but, like, somehow in the universe where Epstein and his Epstein associates are actually punished for this, it is entirely 100% contingent upon Trump winning 2 terms. Like, not just the one. The one is like, well, now Epstein has, you know, Epstein. This is honestly, the more that I learn about this, the more I do think Epstein probably killed himself. And maybe there's some foul play involved where, like, they let him kill himself. But I do think he probably was just like, I could never be a celebrity again. No, everyone's not going to think I'm not cool. Like, that does actually make sense to me. The stuff about, like, him being like, no, he was fighting to try to, and then he realized, like, no, everyone, like, I'm cooked now. That does, I think them giving him the rope, I mean, not that it really matters, because, like, I don't know. But it does really make sense, the pathetic loser that Epstein was. Why, like, this specific set of events would, like, he doesn't just want power, he doesn't just want he wants to be cool, he wants to be a celebrity, he's a narcissist. He's a narcissist, no way. Why would him being a narcissist make it less likely that he kill himself? I feel like it'd be substantially more likely. Because I feel like that's an important part of narcissism, is like, your sense of self is very contingent upon this external source. They fear death. Everyone fears death. I don't know if narcissism, I don't think that's how narcissism, narcissists love themselves so much that's not how narcissism, that's not how narcissism, sorry, that's just not how that, I don't, what about the missing security fridge? They gave him the rope. They clearly he shouldn't have been able to kill himself. Yeah, keys into narcissism, fear of death. I don't think you guys understand narcissism. I mean, maybe they killed him. I guess that's the point. That's the thing you can say for people to not be mad at you in these cases is like, I don't know. We don't actually know. We're actually unsure. But that's a perfectly believable story to me. He did seem like he really wanted people to like him, and that it was over. Anyway, what was I gonna say? I can't remember what I was talking about. Do it. Maybe they said do it or we do it. Yeah. Maybe it's like a Goering kind of. Why is Keelan alive? I couldn't tell you. Well, Trump seems to be like, Trump seems to know that, like, he can give her a light sentence and she won't talk in a way that'll be beneficial to him. I'm surprised it wasn't a skill switch, honestly. I guess he didn't, well, of course there wasn't a kill switch, because he never thought this would happen. He never thought this would happen. He was like, I'm at the top of the world. Everyone likes, all these powerful people. They support me. I can't remember what I was talking about right before this, that I said, like, yeah, it totally makes sense that he would want to kill himself. And at some point, it doesn't actually matter. I actually really think the difference doesn't matter that much. We all know what they're capable of, clearly breaking institutions this way wouldn't be against, they've done the deep state, so to speak, these institutions of power that are completely unaccountable to the components of American society that are democratic, break all the rules all the time. They don't care. And it's really clear that a lot of powerful people were shitting their pants about this. It feels like the more that we know about this, the less that matters, oddly enough. Or the less that it feels like it matters. I don't know. What was I going to say? It's significant if they killed him. Yeah, I guess so. They clearly tampered or it seems very possible or very likely that they tampered with his death in some way. And that the especially fascist FBI has done a really good job, like, in their attempt to dispel worries, like proving that there is a problem, proving that they have something to hide in relation to this, because of course they do, because how the fuck does Epstein, even with how the fuck is there just like a sleepy security guard at the exact moment where Epstein's able to kill himself? Alan Wake, chicken dick, thank you. Fuck, what else was I gonna say about this? I can't remember. There was another topic that I was on. that I, in relation to Epstein, that I just lost. Also, if you like to give me money, 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. It's much appreciated. For the next 4 hours or something, 3 hours. Olive Force ignored all the tips. Although the tip thing seems like it's... It seems like it might have been inconsistent. They're always at a sign saying it's
okay. I'm
mandatory.
transgender.
Oh, no, actually, bake. Thank you for
I
the
had
5
no
gift
idea.
subs.
Do whatever you want
We
all
love
the
to
time.
see it. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know. I think, yeah. I feel like I'm always skeptical of how people respond to even like useful political developments. But I think especially conspiratorial political developments, because I think people miss the forest through the trees in terms of like, why is this piece of knowledge actually useful in terms of destroying terrible institutions of power? And again, oftentimes the problems when people get caught up in these conspiracies is that they don't think about the bigger picture. They think, oh, this happened because these guys who are powerful got together and decided to have an effect on the world. But like how they could possibly have the effect on the world concretely is like just assumed. And there's something very ideological about that. That is just like when a powerful person puts in an email that they're going to do a thing, then the thing is done. And I think like the much more important question is what happens after they make the plan to be able to do it that allows them to be able to do that. What is the not available in my country? SNL. Thank you, Justin Trudeau. Is the poll thing is a good example. I mean, it seems to be true. I don't know. It seems like, I mean, it's a bake obviously, but he did. Unless it's not true. I mean, I'm sure. I'm talking about the podcast. I'm sure I'll like fact check it much more than I have right now. It's fascinating. It is fascinating that if that is the case, that they restarted poll or started it up right after fucking Moot met with Jeffrey Epstein. It's so funny. It's such a stupid like yeah, I mean, I can't imagine what because again, like, that's a perfect conspiracy too, because it's like, well, what do they actually benefit? Like, how does that group of people actually benefit from poll existing? And it's like, I don't know, because it's bad and they want bad things to happen. I'm sure if I thought about it more, I'd give you a more concrete answer. You know, like, I'm not saying that there isn't a connection there. That seems like pretty damning and specific. But like, again, someone will see that and be like, well, poll is clearly an Israeli psyop. And it's like, well, you still need people who post on poll. You still need that community of people to find that website and think of it as a useful, springboard for their ideology. You need the chuds. And like why the chuds exist and how they can exist is a much more interesting question. That's a much more important question to ask and think about than like this is a good soul. In primary school, I was a child soldier for the righteous white jihad known as Gamergate, and I will not have my contributions to the West dismissed by a homosexual man who thinks that wearing a dress makes him a woman. And is this just like, is this about anything? Also, yeah, primary school, you're not fucking American. Primary school. What is that about? Is this about the Epstein files, or is it just like, this is a person who really wants to feel persecuted, I think is probably the answer. It's just like they're trying to kill me or whatever. Is it about the poll thing? Oh, I see. Yeah, it's about the poll thing. Epstein's the reason this site exists. Epstein's the reason I'm a racist chud. I could be a normie working my 9 to 5 watching Marvel. You know what the problem with these is all of these are posted by left-wing people, because Poll is constantly rated by left-wing people, and it's very evident. Yeah, but no, like, this is not a Poll poster. I'm sorry. It's but no, I don't. So you guys aren't on Poll like I am. Are you wearing the Epstein file redacted dress? That's very. Every single time I see a Poll post where it's like, guys, the right is waking up, it's like, that is, you made that post and you screenshotted it. Like, fuck off. Maybe this is interesting because this is a discourse. If I was on Twitter, I would probably make a tweet that pissed everyone off. Because clearly the posts I'm making, every try to let themselves get radicalized by shit like Gamergate was playing right into the hands of a cabal of Mossad controlling pedophiles and child murderers. I don't think that we can extrapolate that. I think that extraordinary require extraordinary evidence, and I think that's like, I mean, in a certain sense, it's correct. 4chan is not. This is very prescient though. 4chan is not the reason Chuds became reactionaries. You guys are, because there is like a truth to that, and it's the truth that I'm saying, which is a guy who's like, I'm not a Nazi just because of Poll. I'm a Nazi because of my material life. It's because of the fundamentally unjust structure of society that has ingrained me into this evil death cult. And like the Poll stuff is great too. That certainly helps them. It doesn't hurt. But like material conditions Nazi, yeah. They don't quite understand it because it's because liberals are annoying or whatever. It's because I said an off-color joke at the the work water fountain, the work water cooler, and the PR lady said that was offensive, which again is like, it's a pathetic reason, but it's, yeah. Everything which has happened is a direct response to wokeness, because wokeness is like, I wrote a newsletter about this a while ago. Like, wokeness isn't an intelligible thing for the right, except for the manifestation of all the cultural phenomena that make them feel guilty. That say, I mean, HR lady, yeah. That say you can't do this thing. It's why they think that wokeness is like when they're not allowed to like eat steaks because of climate change. Because it's like, you can't enjoy this thing because it's bad. And it's like conceptually, it is not a unified phenomenon. If you have an objective analysis of politics, wokeness means nothing. It's completely arbitrary. But if politics, all it is to you is your ability to manifest your ego, to act on the world in a way that you want, and you very carefully craft your image of society around, how do I do this in a more efficient way? How do I control more things? Then wokeness is completely legible. It's a very obvious development or change that you need to fight against, right? And how convenient is it that it is an entity that you can fight against, so that when you defeat it, you'll be able to do all of the enjoyment. You enjoy all the things. Now, it turns out like the real source of that lack of enjoyment comes from the scarcity embedded within capitalism, the domination and exploitation that facilitates the system, that makes it so that you don't have enough, that there isn't enough for people. That is the thing that causes people to go out and work. They need to be they need to be dominated, and subsequently a vast majority of people based on the economic system have to be exploited. Not everyone is going to be able to get what they want. That's how the system works. These like really strong defense mechanisms to not admit that is the case, to not be able to observe that is the case. You don't have a good frame of reference. They need to be dominated. I want that twink obliterated. Yeah. So, I think that's much more, these are much more important things. Like, it's like good, like, it's quite funny, the idea that Poll was created by, fucking Epstein being like, bro, you should fucking create a website on your thing for all the chuds is like awesome. Do you guys see, like, I get so much more like articulate when I just like stop going on Twitter and I like start actually just thinking about politics in a way that isn't stupid. It's all a psyop to make me support satanic pedophile elite. Always has been. And then it's like the cute little... It's like the financier Jeff Epp created poll. Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Like, look, I don't want to rain on anyone's parade. The idea... Are there people who are like denying it? What is the response?
A brown bear?
Honeyham, thank you. I'm really worried that this is going to be a thing where like you see the screenshot and you're like, oh, he probably did tell him to make poll, and then like you look deeper and it's like people making it up. That is an anxiety I have because I want to enjoy the idea that like poll is created by Epstein. It's very funny. What the fuck is Moot doing? I'm sorry, I said this like 5 times. What the fuck was Moot doing hanging out with? I mean, that shows how much of a loser Epstein is, that he thinks that the guy who made 4chan is cool. Is he working at Google now? That's so awesome. Yeah, because I mean, that is one thing I will say about like a board like 4chan. It's like when people say that QAnon was a psyop created by the CIA, it's like, it's kind of hard to explain how that would happen. Like maybe it did. Like it seems like a very silly waste of time, like for the CIA in 2016 to be creating these random shit posts where they pretend that Hillary Clinton is going to jail. Because like there was a bunch of posts, like posters like QAnon at that very early period, and in that period in 4chan, and it was just like right-wing people doing like, it's a LARP shit post where they're like, wouldn't it be funny if we can convince people of our shit post? And like, if people believe that Hillary Clinton is a pedophile, that also helps our politics. It's this thing. It's always like this is a very like 4chan, not anymore because 4chan is like washed, even though they're still creating a lot of culture on the internet. What was I gonna say? Sorry, I thought about making an Elden Ring analogy of like where 4chan is. Like, you're facing the bosses, but then it got me distracted and I can't remember what I have to. Oh, but it is like the 4chan instinct is the desire to be in on a joke. And like a lot of the times some of the people posting there, enough of them, because it's a semi-anonymous, posting, like the ones that the cream that rises to the top, which is there isn't anything involved in this that's good, are shrewd enough to be able to create these like memes and ideas that do have an effect. And they run with that effect. They run with it because they're like, wouldn't it be cool if more people were convinced of this? And again, like, you don't really have to... You can explain all of what goes on in terms of Poll's influence without any reference to a conspiracy. And so even if there is a conspiracy, like, the conspiracy is far less interesting for, like, why do people actually believe in this? It doesn't really matter. Like, the people want something like this. And on one of these anonymous boards, like, something like this is going to rise up at some point from people who are very responsive to how other people on a website and also elsewhere will react to stuff. Those sort of things are going to happen. They're an inevitable component of our modern capitalist society, and how it appears to people, how their anxieties manifest. But one of the really smart things that QAnon does is it tells the conspiracy theorists that, like, them doing conspiracy theories actually is making the world a better place. Because that's where conspiracy theories come from, is like, I need to understand the threats going on in the world. And it's like, you are evangelizing for the theory, you're helping the
okay,
plan.
I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Strong Baddie Girl, thank you for the raid. We're talking about QAnon and poll and all the but yeah, what was I gonna say? What is the every Epstein had some influence, including 4chan. Maxwell was a top mod on Reddit. Never doubt schizo posters. I spent because Maxwell was also on fucking World News, which is so funny. I spent the last few years of my life defending pedophiles, Trump for kids, because again, like, this is not a. Those are not chuds posting. It is people like you who are posting because they think it's funny. It's an anonymous website. Anyone can go and post on it. It's, but again, you know what, like, it's kind of a part, like, this is kind of a part of the thing I talked about with the essence of 4chan, is like, it's about tricking people, and you believed this and you were tricked. You got tricked, and that's like it's gaining pleasure from tricking people. It's like, wouldn't it be funny if I made a post and people thought it was real and it isn't? What was the one about this recent? The one about where people thought that Elon Musk was posting to 4chan, and it was like, literally the thing that happened was someone was posting on, I think it was probably Poll, obviously in a way that sounded like it was Elon. In fact, like, they posted like a screenshot of Twitter where it says like administrator in the bottom right, which like isn't actually what it looks like for a Twitter administrator, but like in a way that it was like, oh, this kind of looks like Elon Musk, and it's like, oh, he's being kind of pathetic, and he's like on that trip, the username, basically the login for that account. It's not an account, it's a trip. You know what I mean? I'm going in between like using the right terminology that is hard to, but then using the but like he's posting in a way that was really the person was posting in a way that was very embarrassing, in a specific way that like Elon Musk would, and then someone saw that and posted it on Twitter, and then it was like, oh, this is fucking Elon Musk, wasn't it? Yeah, I know. And it was also under the name Adrian Dittman, and it was like during the Dittman stuff, but nothing about it was like actually independently verifying that like it was Adrian Dittman / Elon Musk, which those are two separate people, by the way. That was the takeaway I had, that those are clearly two separate people. It's really funny. It's Adrian Dittman started sounding like Elon Musk because people gave him attention and he thought it was funny. That is the thing that happened there. Adrian was more charismatic. I mean, it's a pretty fucking low bar. But yes, no, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear, like, you listen to his really early... It was a QAnon situation as well, because they love creating QAnon from first principles, where, like, Adrian Dittman was just, like, this nobody, loser participator in Twitter Spaces, or X Spaces, whatever. And then, like, on his really early ones, he doesn't sound anything like Elon Musk. He sounds like... Is he German? He sounds like a German guy with kind of a weird accent. And then slowly and slowly he starts sounding more like Elon. And there are these like certain Twitter like space power users who are like, are you Elon Musk? And he like played into it because people were actually giving him attention. He was actually getting likes. And so they would be like, oh, like this person that I know who's super cool, Adrian Dittman's gonna come in and speak, and you'll like probably be able to tell who he is. It's like someone that like, I know him. Alex Jones did this too, although I don't know if Alex Jones was in on it or not. He's like, but I know him. Like, oh, it's cool. It's like I'm like friends with Elon Musk's secret account. Again, it's another case where it's just like misinformation on the internet spreads so much because people want things to be true really fucking badly. And that is not as a bipartisan thing. People really want things to be true, and they are going to be very easily fooled as a result. Oh, what is this one?
She would go to live in the attic crawl space of the garage.
This is like the centrist lady who's like a little bit clocky with it.
Like she
It's kind
started
of
setting up
strange.
this thing to live up in the attic crawl space of our garage.
Is this real? She attempted to pay with 100 pounds of rotten avocados.
Okay. Again, wasn't paying rent. Now, this wasn't for lack of trying. Several of us were like,
Per Knowledge Fight, Alex Jones almost certainly thought Dittman was Musk. That's so fucking funny.
hey, Marie, there's bills to pay. It was super cheap at the time. Like, I think I was paying $300 a month to live in Portland, Oregon, which is crazy to think about now. And we were just asking
Brutal.
for maybe like 50, 75 a month. But she was like, I can't afford that. So Sam, in his infinite wisdom or his infinite generosity, was like, well, you can just like trade stuff for us. Now, she was one of those Portland dumpster divers. So she would come back home with all kinds of rotten fruit and meat and whatever else she would find.
I have no clue whether this is true or not, but I want to believe it, so it is. Is my takeaway. The Musk baby account, that was also I believe overemphasized. I think people made fake posts about it or something. The tweets where it was like the Elon Musk baby being like, ooh, wow, my dada is so cool and he gets women, was like fake. I remember. I can't remember the concrete details though. There was a part of it there was one account that was real. That was slightly less embarrassing than a lot of the other posts that were circulating. I don't know. I feel like we just live in such a torment box on the internet where like everyone wants certain things to be real really badly because politics is heating up, and like we're just like very willing to just believe whatever is most politically convenient. That was the whole fucking Tyler Robinson thing of like people who still believe that he's a Pepe because he did the Slav squat meme. It's just like, I personally think it's just bad that everyone has just admitted that nothing is real anymore and that we'll just all believe what we want to believe. It is a product of a very rotten culture, very rotten, unintellectual culture. And isn't actually a good, meaningful response to the bad parts of the American, fascist, ascendant fascist right and their cultural politics. How do you reverse that development? Probably something to do with capitalism not existing. Less severe solutions, probably a social safety net, probably education, lack of commodification of culture, people overworking people less so they actually have energy to invest into fruitful intellectual enterprises, because everyone is just like tired and then they work and then they go home and you watch fucking Emily in Paris, just the most digestible content, and you scroll on reels and then you post unreflexively on Twitter and it's like, well, this one makes me feel good, and that's not individual people's fault. That is a structural issue, but it produces really bad outcomes. Like, it's not a surprise to say that like this is a bipartisan issue because the problem is everywhere. Anyway, it's not good. You should give me money is 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. Yeah, everyone's just tired, and it's like, well, it's getting worse. Everyone agrees that things are getting worse, which is a product of like people's lives getting worse, but then how they concretely manifest what that means and how to change it is radically different because society is so complicated. It's very difficult. You have to trust what other people are saying for a vast majority of your understanding of society. The things that you actually encounter in your material life, which is the usage of that term, like the components of your life related to the relations of production, how to make money, how to facilitate your upkeep, are so alienated from the totality of that system and how it works. You don't have to understand it. No one actually understands it. It's very complicated. Jeffrey Epstein. Is this a clickbait?
Before we get into the deep stuff, let's give some basics or some things
Raw
I
and
want to
uncut. Is this real?
inquire from the others. Walk me through the Santa
I'm always, we're so quick now. I'm like, is this AI?
Fe Institute. What was it about?
So is this the
time of the math, and this was in the late 90s. So there
is the context of this like the context of this is like it's Bannon trying to help Epstein with his comeback, like he's rehabilitating him.
You're not going to hear me on this part, right? We're going to do it both ways?
It will not be on the video, but we do have you recorded.
Fine. Remember, when you're answering on these questions...
So Bannon doesn't want to involve himself. He's facilitating this, but he's like, don't put me in the recording.
I'm not in the shot, and...
It's a guy who's hanging out with his problematic mutual in public, and it's like, if you take a photo, just like make sure I'm not in it. I don't want to...
You're never going to hear my voice. So a little bit, you got to repeat in your answer, you got to repeat what my question
That was like the Nick Mullen thing for a while. I feel like he talks about that, where it was like, yeah, I have plenty of friends who are just like, don't.
Oh,
I don't want people to know.
Santa Fe Institute. Why, when you're at the top of your game on Wall Street, do you decide to finance, which was at the time, or endow, or become the donor or sponsor, however you want to say it, for what was considered the most cutting-edge group of mathematicians in the world? Action.
I see. So action is like, okay, don't fucking record me. That's the question. That's so funny. It's so funny how worried he is. He's like, don't put me in the thing. Don't. This is anonymous. Bannon's such a moron. Remember when people were like, oh, he's like Lenin. Like, he's going to like do politics. And he just immediately like thinking about like the thing, like I speak negatively about Stalin plenty of times. The how calculative you have to be as a politician to come out ascendant from early Soviet, Central Committee politics, and like the comparison or like a Lenin, like the comparison with Bannon is so funny when he just gets immediately ejected from like Trump, from the Trump world, where like the requirement is to be on good terms with this absolute fucking idiot.
So Santa Fe Institute in the late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, I mean, he's very stupid. I mean, the fact that he was like, yeah, no, it's good. I do wonder, I don't know, do we know more about Bannon's like personal motivation for like trying to help Epstein make a comeback in 2019?
I was interested, I was on the board of Rockefeller. So that starts, Rockefeller, it's university formed by John D. Rockefeller to sort of give back to the community. It's east side of Manhattan.
Yeah, I don't know. We don't have to watch this. It seems very long. If there's any... He sounds like a fucking loser. He lasted as long as fucking Scaramucci, yeah. It was media coaching. We got the Ed Krasenstein, the incredibly powerful Twitter poster. Trump's former advisor Bannon advising, that's killer writing, Jeffrey Epstein to keep his mouth shut about the allegations in 2019. Epstein also mentioned how he had to keep Dersh in check. It's so funny they also call him the Dersh. It's a 2-hour-long circle talk about how smart he is for understanding the stock market, right? Which, like, he was not especially smart, right? Like, we're actually kind of unsure about how he got any of his wealth in the first place. Like, he was just the guy that the powers that be just like gave that. I mean, that is why Epstein is, I think, people so fascinating, is because it is pure conspiracy. It's pure conspiracy. It's just like, yeah, no. They got together and then they were like, this fucking guy is going to be our pedophile. He's going to be the guy. He's great at doing child sex trafficking. We're going to make him powerful. Really seems like that's the only, like, he didn't have a thing before that. He was selected as in the words of Felix Peterman, he won the lottery every day. Yeah. I mean, it's such a bizarre. Why do you think so many ICE agents have a Hispanic background? Is that true? Because I have an answer for that, but I don't know if it's. I wouldn't wish to assume it. Is that true at a statistical level, or is that true at like a level that you would expect there to be zero of them? Because the answer is just like they have a proximity to whiteness, where it's like you can be accepted into whiteness, but like there's a question about your whiteness, and so there's a desire for some people when they're in that visual category to prove their whiteness, to be like very like, no, I'm a part of the team. Like, I am white. I exist within the I can reap the fruits of that, you know, fruits of the labor of white supremacy, whatever. You know what I mean? We don't see a lot of black ICE agents. Well, black people don't have a proximity to whiteness, do they? Like that is a really important component of, I think, black politics in America, and like shapes their relationship with the Democratic Party, is like an very obvious, explicit understanding from very early that like there's a racial category that is very not close to whiteness, that is always going to have this proximity. If whiteness as a concept exists, this group of people will be very separate from it. Yeah. So I mean, you do, obviously there are some examples of people, you know, I was thinking that video of there are going to be like some examples of what you would think of as the kind of equivalent thing, but it's going to be much less the case. I was thinking of the guy who's got the MAGA hat and he's like, if this is the new racism, give me more of that. Because I always see it like it, you know, there's clearly some example, but like it's going to be pretty limited. And you see that in the percentage of black people who vote Republican. There's just an understanding that like the especially racist American white institution is just not going to be for you. That it's a question of influencing the less racist of the two big institutions, which is again a relative term. That is as far as I understand it, why like I think black conservatives are much more likely to support the Democrats, obviously, than Republicans, which like has an effect on Democratic Party politics. Who is it that endorsed Biden? I don't want to say like, oh, if only, you know, the Bernie would have won or something, but that is a part of, in a non-normative way. Me? Yeah, you're right. Me. Yeah, was Clyburn. That's the one I'm thinking of for South Carolina. That is, as far as I understand, where that phenomenon comes from. Yes, no, this is the class where it's like,
I assume you have an accent too. Where were you born, sir? Where were you born at?
Yeah, and then you arrest him because it's that is I feel like that's a very particular thing. I mean, yeah, whiteness as a category is arbitrary. It's based on power. It's based on. It's why it's annoying. Like you have this like liberal understanding of like white supremacy. Let's say that it's just like, it's like people tend to have prejudices, and like this is a prejudice that exists. People tend to have prejudices, and this is like, you know, there's in-group, out-group, which is natural, which is just happens. That's kind of all we can say about it. And like the current prejudice that exists is between these, and it's because of this. There's the legacy of these institutions that used to exist that are bad, but like, this is a part of the like Obama era white guy post-racial optimism is like, but we're educating people more and they'll understand. It's like, no, the system of white supremacy remains a system that people actively benefit from and want to maintain because like it makes them their money. It makes it so that it's easier for them to not have to work and to generate money. That continues to be the case. I don't think that's really Afro-pessimism. That's more Marxism. I mean, it's also Afro-pessimism. Well, I don't think that's Afro-pessimism. Afro-pessimism is anti-material. there's like a hint of optimism in that analysis, because it's like, well, let's dismantle those systems then. Do Serbian parents consider themselves white? Yes. Yeah. That is a type of Serbian, is like that was a big thing. I mean, I think this is Afro-pessimism. This feels extremely Afro-pessimism coded. Is like, during like the NATO bombings, especially, there were a lot of Serbs who were like, we're being treated like black people. We're like the black people of Europe. And there's obviously that, like, is it like British Trotskyite magazine where it's like Serbs, the white N-words of Europe. Which is silly. Obviously, that's not how that works. Or more specifically, like, that's the thing Afro-pessimism, a lot of Afro-pessimist thinkers say, is that like an extension of system of a racial caste system of forced labor, that like even I'm trying to think of like a good technical term, because I haven't been immersed in this writing for a long time. Like even the like cultural energy of like, let's say Black Americans is like utilized by non-Black people as a way of making their like movement. They're making their suffering legible. This idea of Blackness is negativity. That's how negativity in Western philosophy becomes legible, as like, this is the group that institutionally you're deemed to be ought to act against. So you see this with like lots of marginalized groups of like, it's like what's happening with Black people. Like that's where it gains legibility conceptually, which, you know, that's a better way of explaining it. Do the Italians in the 50s consider white in the same way your parents do? The better analogy is my grandparents. On my dad's dad, I think, had a hard time finding work in like, was that the 70s in Ontario? Like it was kind of like, oh, the Eastern Bloc weren't, and certainly in Switzerland. When they lived in Switzerland, they had to move because they just like couldn't really find work. My dad was like my grandfather is a hand surgeon. He got his degree in Switzerland. So like pretty well off, like, you know, Serbian or Yugoslav, like bourgeois, petty bourgeois, but they could not find work. And I think, yeah, again, the same, where it's difficult to find a job as a doctor in Ontario. At the time, your family and Julian's family lived in Switzerland. Maybe Julian's family was racist towards my family in the 70s or whatever. Did I tell you the story with my grandma? The you're all related? No, I don't. I very much so. I think the Swiss made a point about us not being related. Very much so. Not allowing integration. Did I tell you all the story with my grandma and the SS officer? Which is a crazy way of starting a sentence. That's a real sentence that I'm not gonna be like, just kidding. There is no story with my grandma and an SS officer. My grandma, Serbian, had blonde hair. I get, like, it's funny, I get my like hairline and hair from her. It's very thin, although her hair is a bit lighter, or was a bit lighter. And like I remember she like, when they lived in Switzerland, she was like quite happy that she was like German passing, that they would speak German to her in the stores, because like my grandfather was darker, and like they knew he was not. I mentioned this. Well, I have to say it now. But like they both lived in Yugoslavia during the invasion, when the Nazis invaded. And my grandma was quite young. And apparently, like, when the Nazis invaded their town specifically, everyone had to come out and like salute the SS office. You know, like the actually, I think it was an SS. I can't remember the details. Always get mangled in these stories. But like salute the some higher up officer that's coming in, and my grandma and her sister were the only people in the line who had blonde hair. And so like the officer came up and like gave them both a hug. being, you know, the implication like, oh, you know, which is like insane. So, the hug is crazy. I'm not naturally, bro, look at the, yeah, I mean, I can't imagine how traumatized being invaded by the Nazis. Yeah, bro, look at the roots. I'm gonna get my roots done in a little bit. More consistent than modern day Nazi. Yeah, I mean, what color eyes? I don't know. I can't tell you. I cannot. I think they were blue or green. But yeah, no. Wild story. Race is a fake concept. It's not fake, it's real, and we can speak about it. It's an annoying thing about like gender too, where people will say like gender is fake. It's like, no, it's very real. It's very concretely real. It is not, you don't need a sociological analysis necessarily to speak of these categories. They're social categories. They dominate and control how people interact with each other. It's how there are these institutions, these sets of practices that are so ingrained into how we interact with people that like it's a necessary filter through which all other interactions are defined, right? It's like it's productive in the sense, not in a positive sense of like, oh, it produces something, it's good, but in the sense that like everything else comes out of them, those concepts. What was I going to say? But, you know, the notion that it's scientific is absurd. That's like a frustration I have about like the like, you know, this was a fascinating thing. And this was like when I was looking more at like how people would talk about me on the internet, which is not a good idea. I wouldn't recommend it. But like, obviously I had all those discussions, or not obviously. I hope you don't look at Twitter. Just hopefully not. Hopefully for plenty of you, not obviously. That would be great. Not because I'm ashamed of what I've said, but like for your sake. I feel like I tweet a lot about how like men hate women, and a majority of men hate women. And these analyses are very easy to make without being bioessentialist, because again, like I have an account of why gender is real and isn't necessarily just because of the sex you were assigned at birth. That it's much more complicated than that, and socially reified, and is contingent and can be changed. If we had different social institutions, a different economic system of social production, it'd be very different. But like, remember, it was funny, there was this like trans guy who was trying to, it was someone else talking shit about me, and then it was a trans guy who was replying like, yeah, and she's also bioessentialist, clearly being offended at the idea that I was speaking of men as a social category negatively, which is also, you know, that's how you know they're men, who's trying to create a dog pile on a woman, being like kind of bioessentialist and transphobic of her to say that all men, or that most men hate women, and that but it's very revealing that like the people who think that you actually like to be able to speak of men and women as like a social category, that's bioessentialist. When you say like men as a group do X, women as a group do Y, that there's a very clear, concrete difference in how people act based on their gender. The idea that the implication that has to be bioessentialist, that I have to be saying like, oh, you're claiming that they're driven by their biology, is itself like, it's very revealing that belief itself is quite bioessentialist and terrible. How do I explain this? Because like, what that basically means is that you don't think that we can actually sociologically talk about gender and sex in a way that is akin to how those ideas actually manifest themselves concretely. How do I explain this? So like I feel like there's like a really standard line about gender and sex where it's like, oh, you know, sex is like all the biology stuff you have, and then gender is like how you feel and like the actions you do or whatever. And that like that idea is like very common, and it's like very easy to explain to people. And like people are like, and so it's like, oh, you know, some people, their gender is different than their sex, and it's like, oh, and they want to have do some changes, and people are like, okay, that's great. But like that image actually has nothing directly to do with how we concretely think about gender, sex. It has absolutely nothing to do with how we actually think about that. When you see a person in the world, that analysis is completely alienated from when you see them, when you see their silhouette, when you see how they presented themselves, when you see certain sexual characteristics, you're going to think, oh, and then the dissociation with the behavior and how you're supposed to relate to that person based on your own sex, gender, sex, how you're perceived, you know, it defines that dynamic. And yet for a lot of people, that observation, which is fucking obvious, is immediately obvious to anyone who is engaged with another person in the world, has nothing, you know, you can't even talk about that. You can't begin your analysis at that point. That we can speak of men and women as these concrete social categories. And so what it tends to reveal is that these people, like, when they talk about, you know, let's say trans people being valid or whatever, like, they don't actually mean it concretely. They don't mean it in the way that they analyze politics, the way that they analyze gender, like, concretely in the world. They have this little analysis off in their minds where they're like, sex and gender are different and they're valid. But then, like, when they actually think about the world, they think about, like, natal male, man, penis, all these associations, because they're not able to, like, deconstruct where those opinions come from. They just say, like, oh, it's, you know, silly or whatever. I don't even know what the logic is with, but yeah, it's that line was like so terrible. The like gender and sex are not this, they're completely unrelated. And you know, the genderbread man, like that is fucking John Money, by the way. That's the person I was talking about before, who's the early trans sexologist that was tormenting trans people and was also a pedophile. He came up with the word, or did he come up with their gender? I believe so. Or he in the manifest in that manifestation, that was him. That was him with gender. He came up with the usage of that as a way of, like, in John Money's case, he came up with the notion of gender to be able to explain intersex people in a way that, like, affirmed a bioessentialist gender binary. Because the existence of intersex people a lot of the times makes this, like, there's men, there are boys, then they grow up into be men, and there are girls, they grow up into be women, and it's because of their biology a lot more complicated. Because you have plenty of cases, or like statistically significant enough cases where, like, that gets really confusing, and you can't focus on one thing where it's like, well, all of the males have this, and then they become like, the specific example that Money was focusing on was a kid who appeared to be a male before puberty. I believe this is both like in relation to, like, external genitalia, like a thing that a parent would observe about their child is like, this is a boy child. And then they hit puberty and they started developing female sexual characteristics. And there was just the, like, and Money had a crisis about this. And he was like, how do we retain this gender binary when these sort of people exist? It's impossible to explain. And so his like thesis was like, oh, well, people have this thing called gender. And their gender is like your internal sense of your feelings, and gender develops because of the sexual characteristics that you have during development. And Money used this based on very little data. Again, none of these people, it's all just like their fucking harebrained schemes. And so Money devised a quote unquote solution to intersex people, because the heterogeneity outside of that needs a solution. It is, you know, unhealthy. Again, not based on empirical data, except for the data of, like, these people experiencing discrimination, which you would think was this problem with society and not their bodies. The solution is to have these, like, forced, oftentimes, like, not even telling the parent, corrective surgeries to make the external genitalia, and I guess also internal, like, appear more uniform with either, like, male or female. And then the logic was like, well, they'll identify more with one of the binaries, one of the poles, and then, like, their their gender will be normal. And this actually led him to, with the case of like Reiner, what was his first name? It's a natal male who wasn't intersex actually, but there was a botched circumcision. And Money was like, perfect time to do my experiment. And also, Money also molested Reiner as well as his brother, because all these people are fucking evil. Of like, they gave the child vaginoplasty really early, so turned botched circumcision into vaginoplasty, and just said like, raise your kid as a girl, and it didn't work. As it turns out, it did not work. And as soon as Remer found out about that, when he was like 11 or something, immediately reverted to, he was like, no, I'm a boy, and eventually ended up killing himself. Although that was also, he literally got molested by Money. But apparently, Money was allowed to try this experiment again. This is like not talked about that much, or it's alleged. This is alleged by a certain doctor that Money was kind of in quiet, allowed to, from the like kind of, he did it anonymously, and it was another person, and it was I believe a similar situation of a botched circumcision, with a male to female transition, and they said on that one that like it worked, and it seemed like the data that I saw, it was they were a butch lesbian that decided to like go through with the full vaginoplasty surgery when they were 18, and it was like, yes, it's true, our theory is confirmed. Clearly our idea of gender is like confirmed by, which like I don't necessarily see how that's the case. It's interesting that like now they're not going to be lesbophobic when it's like it benefits them, and it's like, oh yeah, the butch lesbian, actually this is evidence that like, when a trans woman otherwise is a butch lesbian, it's like, do you really get access? These very same people, like quite literally, are like, do you really deserve access to hormones? But like now they're like, okay, no, it did work. The gender's changed. It turns out, this was my only conclusion from all of this, is like, it's just very complicated. There's no gene. There's no like, oh, it's the development of the sexual characteristics. There's, oh, it's how you've been treated. It's just a lot of things. It's like, think about like, nobody asks why people like or dislike baseball. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's like, why do you like baseball? Like, some people are like, I could really not fucking care for baseball. And it's funny because this is a much less essential component of someone's psyches, their well-being, and it's just like, yeah, sometimes people like baseball, sometimes they don't. It's to think that we could have such a control, such a knowledge over an individual's life, and knowledge over individuals' lives, that we could conclusively understand why some people really like baseball and some people don't. I can't remember what I said. It's ridiculous, right? We obviously understand immediately that's an absurd thing. But then a thing that is obviously far more complicated than liking or not liking baseball, we think like, oh yeah, I can just have this little harebrained scheme and fucking experiment, like Mengele style experiment on children, experiment on children's genitals about it. Like, it's like, sure, yeah, no, he's a doctor. It's actually called doing science. Yeah, I don't know. It's not good, folks. Speaking of, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can connect it to your Twitch account. You get a free subscription you can use on me. For a couple hours, I think it should be 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. If you would like to give me more money, this is the most efficient time to do it, and then the bonus thing will wear off, and it's much appreciated. not the speaking of childhood general mutilation. We have cool emotes, and it's much appreciated to give me money. 9 out of 10. Thank you for the spend your poly partners primes as well. Exactly, because I know what you people are up to. What's the best resource to learn about this stuff? You should listen to Science in Transition on cursedmedia.net. That's our plug, right? Poor Fat Stupid, thank you. It's a podcast series with me and Spencer wrote. That's very well researched. If I do say so myself. That goes over. There's a lot more. Again, the thing I mentioned before is mentioned in that. So it makes me so sad. It's so terrible. There's just no consequences. There's no consequences at all for any of these people. There's no consequences for Kenneth Zucker. And I won't elaborate on what I mean by that. Because he's very litigious. Anyway. Polestar, thank you. I am gay! What else is going on? We talked about the Epstein stuff and how oddly connected all those people are to the insane Grammy predictions. Wouldn't it be funny if they gave Drake a Grammy? Wouldn't that be funny? What happened with the Caleb Hammer guy? I feel like that guy is like chud coded to me. Oh, okay. This is juicy. What happened? Because he's like a little bit chud coded. Do we have the nominations for the Grammys? D'Angelo went on stream discussing Caleb Hammer and his controversies. Later, D'Angelo has been streaming topics. Caleb freaked out and went on a stream of his own, reacting to D'Angelo, threatening to sue him for slander. Wow, that's a good decision. That's so cool. I don't know. I'm just reading a Reddit comment. Threatening to sue him for slander if he posted a highlight video. That's the worst part of the production pipeline, to threaten to sue someone. Is like, you already went public with this and the VOD is publicly available. But if you make a highlight, are the Grammys on right now? That's so funny that I didn't know that. If you cut up all of that video and make a highlight, an easily digestible video out of it, then I will sue you. And it's like, it's already out there. Like, you're just boosting the VOD. Oh, it's on the Barry Weiss CBS. That's awesome. Yep, nice. Thank you. Oh, it should be Luther, record of the year. Yeah, easily. Record of the year. The Subway. Honest is fine. I was a hype train coming up. If you'd like to subscribe, much appreciated. We got Man-Child, Anxiety, Team F, Wildflower, Abracadabra. I think it's Luther. Yeah. I hope it's... I think he could get it this time. I feel like there's been a controversy already with him getting subbed. Subway or Man-Child, it's neither of their best. Man-Child grew on me because I relate to it personally. But Subway I was less fond of because I feel like... No, I want to say that. Never mind. Album of the year. I don't even know. GNX. It's GNX. It's GNX. That's the one I care about. Honestly, I feel like there's actually better songs certainly on GNX than Luther. I think so. I think this is probably you think Chromacopia will win this? Because it has to be GNX. But I think you're probably right that it's Chromacopia. Oh, that's cool. A Leon Thomas nomination? That's really cool. I feel like I wouldn't have expected that. That's a great album. Maybe I would not. I don't think he's gonna get it, but I would be very happy. That's a great song too. I feel like that was on I think that was one of my top 10 songs. I feel like I actually didn't listen to Swag by Justin Bieber. What fucking What year is that? What? Who listened to that album? What the fuck? Okay. Let's see. Let's Live Egg music review. Swag is so good. I don't believe you. Fuck off. The stuff I heard from Bad Bunny was really good. I feel like I need to listen to this album fully. I didn't especially care for K-pop Demon Hunters. One of the songs with like me doing a misogyny, I guess. One of the songs with the guys, I was like, this is okay. I didn't especially care for it. Oh, this is Lady Gaga song. I didn't care for Anxiety as a song. I'm sorry. I feel bad for saying that because I like Doichi. Which one? Sorry, I'm confused. This is different. Oh, this is Record of the Year. Can someone explain the difference between Record and Song of the Year? Anxiety Easy or a song? It's annoying that that's the one that no Tom McDonald. There's clearly such an anti-Canadian bias that there's not a single Tom McDonald. So for Song of the Year, I think it's just. Actually, do I think it's Luther? Because it's a good song, but I feel like there's so many better on that album. I guess I don't know. What would I want with this? I don't know. Best New Artist. I would like. I mean, it's very hands down. I would really like Leon Thomas. Best New Artist. It's probably gonna be Somber. The Mariahs, are they a new artist? Cat's Eye, yeah. I like Cat's Eye. I saw Cat's Eye at Lollapalooza, which was cool. I think they're hit or miss, honestly. I think Cat's Eye is kind of hit or miss. I don't care if Gnarly is not a song that speaks to me in any way. It's just like I hear Gnarly and I'm just like, you're heating up fucking Sophie's Leftovers. Like, and that makes me sad. Because I think about fucking Sophie and how she's dead. So I didn't care for that song. But they have good ones. I've been playing Gabriella this week. I've been playing a lot. Sometimes I just stick. I think everyone does this. I've just like been sticking to certain songs. What are the songs I've been sticking to recently? What's the Live Agar song breakdown? Let me look at my spot. Actually, no. Don't use that one. It's evil. Let me look at my other app. I'm listening to Freddie Gibbs and Madlib's album a lot recently. Pinata, which is a classic. Taste by Sabrina Carpenter. I love the song Taste by Sabrina Carpenter. The like you'll have to taste me when he's kissing you because you're marrying him and he ate me out once, because it's such a bitter fucking song. You know, like, heard you on forever. I know that's true. You'll just have to taste me too. It's such a bitter fucking song. And despite that, she has to break the fourth wall in the middle of it to be like, I'm actually laughing and it's funny to me. I just like sing about stuff that happens to me. And I don't know if that's like artistically intended and that the point of the structure of the song is like, obviously I'm fucking bitter. But I love it. I think that's awesome. So yeah, I hope that it's Leon Thomas. But it's probably going to be Somber. I actually, you know what? I think his big hit isn't bad. I think you think Addison Rae, I don't actually hate Addison Rae winning that. I think that's a better thing than Somber. What is his big song? The like, Back to Friends. I don't think that's a bad song. Like, for a pop song, I don't actually think that's a bad song. Nothing else by him it's all kind of just forgettable. I can't say that I care for Lily Young. Lily Young is one where it's like, I feel like I probably would like them if it's a strategic they, because I can't remember the pronoun situation. I actually don't know who Livy Dean is. Is that crazy? Producer of the year, I don't. Oh, it's for okay. GNX. Don't have to look at the rest of it. Oh, and then we have Mustard. Oh, but this is DJ Mustard though. I would have to assume. Am I crazy? No, this is someone else. There's a guy whose name is Dijon who produces for Justin Bieber. No, okay, that's not DJ Mustard. No, I because his name is Dijon, isn't it? DJ Mustard's name is Dijon. Am I crazy? And he said it was unrelated, which I think is awesome. It's GNX. Easy for me. I couldn't tell you which one's gonna win. Is that the? Do I recognize any of these? Oh, is this the Black Keys guy? Yeah, of course it is. I was like, is that the Black Keys guy? I mean, I'm very fond of especially older Black Keys. They didn't have an album recently, did they? He's just doing other shit. I'm a lonely boy. What can I say? That's an unk take. Listen. It's a great fucking songwriter of the year, non-classical. These are such unk categories. They've just specified non-classical. I don't know what to make of this at all. I don't know. I hope everyone. My takeaway from this one is I hope everyone has a good time. Best pop solo performance, which all of these categories feel like they're fake. I guess just Man Child with this one. I did like that song. Grammys are washed. I fucking hate Daisy so much. I hate that song so much. Do I hate that song? No. Am I thinking of Peaches? No, I'm thinking of Peaches. So like, I get my peaches down in George. I hate that fucking song so much. Daisies is a different song. I don't think I know this song. Okay, I think Manchild, if Lola Young or Chapel Roan got it, I wouldn't be too mad. I was gonna say, I think it's fine. I didn't like the subway because I feel like I relate to the other lady in the subway, and it makes me uncomfortable. Best pop duo group performance. Yeah, 30 for 30, which was good. It feels like 30 for 30 feels like the same song as Luther. It's just like it's like I did tell you all I do really like Gabriella as a song. I just think it's nice. And then we have the Arrivo Grande. I think this is obviously going to win. I feel like it's obvious that it's going to be. I have not heard. I must have heard this. I'm surely I've heard this at some point. Wait, I'm gonna. How much of a song can I play before they fucking drone strike my house? Oh, this song. That's a good song. Yeah. No, I like that song. That's a good song. My personal favorite is Gabriella from this. I hope everyone has a good time. I hope everyone has a good time. Best pop vocal album. I don't know what this is at all. This sounds like a Taylor Swift album cover. Which that could be so mean and uncalled for. I don't know. I liked Man's Best Friend. I thought that was a good album. You know what is a discourse I was thinking of? Because the album cover for Man's Best Friend is it's like she's got her hair by the there was I remember I was on Twitter when there was discourse about that, because it's but I feel like feminists doing discourse about that is like, it's like the feminist equivalent of when Christians were really offended about Lil Nas X, like, you know, pole dancing on the devil, where it's like, you're getting baited. Like, this is the point of this. I do think Sabrina is a really interesting artist. Because I feel like a lot of pop music is like, despite how like sexual it is, it's very sterile. Like everyone is sexy. What is that? There was that really good like essay, like everyone is sexy and no one's horny, something like that. And like Sabrina Carpenter is like everyone is hot, no one is horny. Sabrina Carpenter is like horny in a way that feels normal. And I think that's, and she has a certain like her personality comes out in records in a way that like a lot of other like, I'm not implying that male pop singers are different, but like comparing her specifically, I guess, to female pop singers, to other female pop singers who are kind of doing a similar thing. Like there was a song she had that for like a little bit, when I heard it on the radio, I thought it was Ariana Grande. And what is that song? What is the song again? I'm blanking on the name of it. But like the one where one of the lyrics is like blah 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 blah, because her nonsense. Thank you. It's very, you know, it's like then and I hit the octave and she goes up higher, and it's very like, but it's like better than, it's like she's doing Ariana but better than Ariana. Because she has like a personality, and it oozes out onto the records. And I think Man's Best Friend was a bit less good than her last album, but I don't know. I think that's my choice here. I haven't listened to Miley Cyrus recently. I feel like she's been good. I feel like she just hasn't been breaking out very much. I feel like that's my impression of her. I didn't even know. I didn't even know Lady Gaga had an album, to be honest. Like, my album was pretty good. Best dance / electric. It's Kate Trinata. Sorry. Kate Trinata. It's my goat. Kate Trinata. I've seen him like 4 times live. I love Kate Trinata. If Kate Trinata has no fans, I'm dead. If Kate Trinata has one fan, it's me. I love Kate Trinata. This is a Space Invader. I fucking love this album. I listen to it so much. I mean, it's a dance electronic, I guess. Yeah. The goat. My goat. I saw him in Vancouver. It was the Kate Trinata Justice tour, and I was right fucking there. I've told you all this. I'll tell you again. I was right there. I was the second row. I could see him. He was like right there. It was incredible. It's an incredible combo. That was a fucking good show. That was really fun. It was so good. It was so good. I can tell I was having a good time because after the show, some guy tapped me on the shoulder and was like, "Yo, I love your vibe. Like, can I get your number?" I just love, like, I love your vibe. Like, you just got such a good, you're just like enjoying yourself so much. And I said no, thank you. But I appreciate that he likes my vibe. This is a good one. I feel like the Space Invader, I don't even care. I'm like so biased to this. I don't know if he's gonna. Disclosure to Andrew Beck, I feel like this was a really good one too. A Twitch streamer in the list. Best dance pop records. Tate McRae is just like so fucking nothing to me. I don't care for her at all. There's just nothing. Like, I'm sorry. I can't like, there's no substance to any, like, it's not even substance, because it's like, Tate McRae, it's funny, she has the most Alberta face of any individual I've ever seen, and she's very beautiful. Like, I won't imply there are beautiful women in Alberta. She's not very good. I really do not care. The sports car song fucking sucks. I don't know what she's like. There's no personality. It's just, yeah. I guess Just Illegal. That's a good song. I feel like that became such a TikTok song that I like kind of became numb to it and didn't think of it as a song. You can be pro trans music. Yeah, I mean, fucking look at like the biggest. She really, I guess she has to be the biggest trans like music star. I fucking forgot her name. Kim Petras. Like, what are we doing? Like, she had some good, like, her older stuff was. No, Tata's not a doll. She's pro trans. Is the bar, I guess. Like, Kim Petras, what are we doing? Like, also very horny, but just not, it's not working. It's not working. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, girl. I really liked your earlier stuff. Her latest singles, maybe I just haven't been paying attention to it. Kim Petras being the biggest trans star is kind of like if Hobson was like the biggest rapper. And like you just had to, that had to be your representation, is like, let's go Hobson, yeah. Like that's the state we're in right now. I can't do it, I'm sorry. But illegal, I think illegal. I hope this wins. Who do I think is gonna win? I don't know. Best dance electro albums. That's funny they put Pink Panther S in this. Oh, I don't. God, fuck off. Skrillex is still going. I can't care for this. Rufus Du Sol is fine. It's okay. Fred Again is okay. I don't really see them as like, I don't really conceive of them as artists where it's like their album. What Rufus Du Sol? Rufus is honestly, I saw him live and I was like, yeah, I get this. This is good. I can appreciate this. I think the same as Fred Again. Fred Again is someone where I don't care about his album. I'm like, well, what does the DJ set look like? That's, I feel like, more important for, if you want to call that, that's artistry. I feel like that's like, I'm too much of a snob. I did not listen to this album, which I need to. I feel bad about it. Maybe I'll do that later. The FK Twigs album. Fred's a good DJ. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've heard this is good. I've heard the FK Twigs album is good. I don't know. I mean, it's weird that Pink Panther S is in this category. I hope she wins. Yeah. I hope she wins, I guess. Remixed recording, I don't. Is there Kate Trinata? I hope Kate Trinata wins. He's got a couple nominations. I'm happy for him. Best rock performance. The Hayley Williams album is really fucking good. I was quite fond of the Hayley Williams album. I didn't know Linkin Park was still going, I'm gonna be honest. Oop. Oh my god. Yeah, it was really good. Oh my god. It's, you gotta scroll down again. Yeah, I liked, I don't know. Am I like Unk, where I'm like, who's Youngblood? Is that, am I Unk now? There's no Geeks nomination. I feel like I'm not surprised by that. None to say, I mean, I guess it would be silly for someone to assume that if I said something wasn't a Grammy nomination, I meant it wasn't good, because, it's been around for a long time. Oh, okay. Am I white for saying that then? Is that more the... I hope Hayley Williams gets it. I really like that album. Best metal performance. I hope they all have a good time. I hope they all have fun. Trying to remember this one. Glum. I think it's. I hope Hayley Williams wins. That's my position. I don't care for any of these people. I hope Hayley Williams. These are like, we're getting into the categories I'm less familiar with. We started at the. Hey, well, oh, best. It's interesting. They're putting Tyler in alternative music. That's interesting. And it's the Chromacopia. So Chromacopia is in. What category was that in? And then Don't Have the Glasses in alternative. I don't know. I still don't go. I mean, it is. You're right. Maybe I should articulate that the surprise is that the Grammys is saying that Tyler the Creator is alternative. Not that it like isn't alternative. I'm surprised that the Grammys made that decision. Is maybe a better way for me to better way to put that. I don't know. It's probably Tyler. Best R&B performance. Oh, we gotta fucking. That's like the Chris Brown featuring Bryson Tiller is like just fucking. I think it's Mutt. This is a great fucking song. I think it's probably gonna win. I hope so. Then Yukon by fucking. Why are we? Anyway. Best traditional R&B rap performance. I'm trying to remember. I hope it's Leon Thomas or SZA. Best R&B song. It's weird that there's no. I feel like I'm usually familiar with. I guess Leon Thomas. I hope he. I feel like I haven't been paying attention to music as much in 2020. 2025 was not a very good music year. Kalani won? Okay. Progressive R&B album. What is the distinction there? I feel like I should be familiar with. I feel like I probably am, but I can't remember. You don't need a take. But I want to have a take. That's the point. If I don't have takes, then I'm not existing. Best R&B album is Leon Thomas. I thought the new Giveon was good. The new Tiana Taylor was also, but I really like this album. Best rap performance. This is one I'm more familiar with. It's TV Off. That's interesting that it's like it's TV Off. I mean, come on. I'm so happy that this song. It was only Luther because the only other one, it was the album and then it was Luther. TV Off won. Let's go. That's great to hear. Best melodic rap performance. Sometimes I forget that Party Next Door is still going. Party Next Door it feels like it is in like a stasis chamber, and then like Drake comes and like you press the unlock button and it's like you gotta do some out, and then like I guess it's probably Luther. Best rap song, it's TV Off. Melodic rap is, yeah, I mean, this is the structural is fed. Best rap album, Gene X. I hope he wins. This is a great album. Pusha T, Not in Tel Aviv with Jay-Z. Does Pusha T love Israel? I'm not familiar with this category. I'm not familiar with jazz. I'm not familiar. Jazz instrumental. This jazz ensemble. This is really not my. It's really not my category. Traditional pop vocal. What are these fucking categories, bro? And so Leife has a nomination. I wish her the best. I like her. Country solo performance. The only person I know here is Shabuzi, and I do like his music. I feel like country music is something that I could. I say amen because it's good that Shabuzi got like a good Jelly Roll feature, because I feel like that's like an inconceivable idea. So credit to him for bringing that out. I don't know. We're kind of getting in the weeds here. Oh, contemporary country. I feel like what I heard of Eric Church, I liked. I don't know. I feel like I'm in enemy territory listening to those sort of music. But I feel like I like whatever I hear of Eric Church. These are really American Roots feels like the most bizarre. Like that sounds like a dog whistle. I understand the. It appears that that's not the case based on but Americana, that means nothing to me as a word. Anyway. Oh my god, it's the fucking middle of the... Yeah, okay, that's enough. That's enough of that. I hope everyone has a good time. I hope everyone... Yeah, I hope Kendrick wins a lot of Grammys. Or he already has. I don't know. It's like going on right now. Bosnian Serb leader Milorad Dodik says nothing will be the same for Republika Srpska following his visit to Israel. That's a whole new sentence. In a series of social media posts, Dodik called for the cession of RS and said Serbs in Bosnia have a right to self-determination. I feel like this has been a development that's been happening recently. He said senior Israeli officials are convinced the Dayton Agreement no longer exists and that Republika Srpska's international status must be redefined. That is so pathetic of that Israel is looking for allies and they've chosen like Somaliland and Republika Srpska. Like those are the two that they're like, yeah, no, nobody likes us. We're really desperate for allies. Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the development that, like, Bosnian Serbs are pushing for, is, like, a status quo where, like, Kosovo is given up on functionally, but then, like, Republika Srpska in Bosnia is, like, integrated into Serbia. I don't know. I can't say that's good. But whatever keeps Serbs from fucking genociding people is good. Yeah, that seems to be a change in like the component of the Bosnian state that is in control of that is controlled by. Oh. Sorry, I can't show this on Twitch, can I? The Chapel Roan outfit? Jesus Christ, sorry. Oh, okay. I cannot show that. Yeah. Yeah. What was I talking about? I actually forgot. Sorry. I genuinely forgot. I was talking about Israel. Yeah. Yes, that they're sorry, I think I have COVID. Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime account, you can I don't know, you can give me money or something. I think there's 35% off on gift subs. Sorry, I would just absentmindedly click to link in chat. And just got stun locked. Lexi gets sore after a while. Are you trying to stun lock me more? Anyway. 35% off on 5 or more gift subs for a couple hours. It's the most efficient way of giving me money. If you'd like to give me money, now is the time. I have good news for you because now is the time to give me money. I'm going to play 40k. I'm getting into 40k. I told you all before. I think I changed my mind about my faction, though. I changed it again. I can't make up my mind. It's classic bisexual. Bugs is a good guess. I really like the orcs. I'm orcs now, yeah. Oh, did I tell you all this already? I can't remember. I can't keep track. It's so fun. I just like that it's fun, and I like that play style, that it's just very random. Wah. I like the idea that the orcs, because like the WAAGH that they scream, it's supposed to be like war. But I like the idea that it's like a Waluigi, like wah. I like that better. Anyway, yeah, no, I'm looking forward to. I have friends who already play it, so they're gonna help me with getting started with the gluing and paint and stuff. Yeah. It's football hooligans because they have it's like a London like Cockney accent, right? So it's like Baldur's Gate 3 where like the goblins are British for some reason, and I feel like it works. Orc intro. Isn't there's like 100 million 40k games. I feel like I have the same impulse. When you see like Sisters Are Fun too. That was the other one I wanted to play. I'm sure probably I'll spend enough money on this hobby that I'll get some for both. I think I'm starting with the new Sisters Kill team. I'm gonna start. Have a couple guys. I feel like I relate to orcs in the same way I relate to like a grizzly bear, where it's like he's just a little guy and he's my friend. Even though it's like a killing machine, like could just rip you in half. It's like he's just a little tiny guy. Just look at him.
The orcs don't just fight wars; they live them.
Why is it French?
And most importantly, violent. Up close, orcs are relentless, and their
orc culture is actually based on the French.
melee skills are deadly. Boys swarm the field in numbers that crush anything in their path.
It's great. We love it. We love to see it. Anyway. What else is happening on the internet? Orcs are cool. I like orcs because they grow from like a fungus. And they just like are genetically programmed to understand how to build the technology they have. Like they don't really understand it. So if you just leave like an orc colony alone, it'll just become like an intergalactic spacefaring civilization that wants to attack and destroy everything else. Conservatives want affirmative action to suppress Asia. Vivek talked to white blood and soil nationalists one time. The way white people have talked to black people for a century, and they're writing essays declaring women is better than MIT, Stanford, and Harvard. Asian women are often openly contemptuous of American education norms, like that Vivek tweet. Right, because he was like, sorry, so the Asian people actually work hard. And they've just like been losing their fucking minds about it. Honestly, I'm really surprised about Vivek, because I thought he was a much more shrewd individual than he turned out to be. Like he got purged. He got kicked out of the inner circle before there was an inner circle. Like they were talking about like, hey guys, like we got power. Maybe we'll start thinking about making an inner circle. And he had already been cut out by then. Why? Maybe like I feel like I thought during the Republican nomination, like presidential nomination, what word am I looking for? I thought during the Republican presidential nomination race primaries. Thank you. Sorry, that's a Biden account. It's been a long stream. Maybe it hasn't. How long have I been streaming for? It's 3.5 hours. Okay, fuck. Wow. Yeah, it's quite a week. It's Tuesday. Et cetera, et cetera. Oh yeah, during the primaries, it really seemed like Vivek was the only one who like wasn't stupid enough to recognize that obviously Trump was gonna win, and that like this was just like a clout thing. Like he had that sort of that it was just obviously this is a way of winning people over and like maybe getting a role in the. So like he immediately was like, no, Trump is actually based, and I want to give him a hug and kiss. But no, he's clearly a fucking moron. Yeah, it was this one that got 100 million views. The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineer over Native Americans isn't because of innate American IQ. Key part of it comes down to the culture. So he's doing the like, yeah, it really is. He's like, we just have a better culture than you guys, and we work harder. We're gonna take over, which is exactly like the white racial anxiety. His venerated mediocrity. Why would you fucking? He's such a moron. Culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian. What a fucking moron. Yeah, no, he was very stupid. He just like volunteered, like he just outmaneuvered himself. He's losing a chest to a dog. Yeah, I mean, it's very obvious that like white conservatives understand that they have like are a part of an evil culture. When they talk about like their anxieties about like what if another group did to us what we did to indigenous people or like racialized people, because it's immediately like, well, obviously they'd fucking kill all of us and make and treat us terrible, make us into second class citizens. Like of course they would. It's just like immediately clear. Like it's up in their brain. They could figure out that racism is real if they just like thought about the opinions they have. Yes, then there's the Albertans asking for money to get independence. Yes, the respect Canadian sovereignty. That has been a funny back and forth. No, we talked about the Carney stuff. He's trying to be that guy. Poilievre seems to have entrenched. He got entrenched political power, or he's like solved getting ousted. That's. I don't know. I don't know how to feel about that. If you purely just don't want the Conservatives to win, you probably do want Poilievre to be in power. But I don't. I especially don't want Poilievre's Conservatives to be in power. Looking for advice. I, 31 male, was poly in college. Now wife is not into it. That's strange. For context, in college, I had multiple partners at once, 2 of whom were at the time openly poly and made for a couple of great friends with benefits and emotional support. It's already so bad because it's like, oh god, the idea of doing fucking polyamory with men makes like the thought of doing that just like, so the gun would go off. Could you imagine? Oh god, could you do polyamory with men? Fucking Christ. Yeah, they were great friends with my partners in life with whom I was dating were great friends with benefits. Fast forward to now, married of 3 years, together monogamous for 5. I love my wife and there's no one I'd rather be with, but I also miss the days of having a girlfriend too, especially now that my wife has stepped into the mom role. Miss having a no kids, all fun girlfriend. Sorry to hear that, man. Sucks. It sounds like. I mean, this is just like bait, I think. It's like, you know what the solution to that is? I miss not having this kid and his wife. You know what? Because you know what? You know my hot take on that is like, it's not like feeling that emotion isn't bad. Like I feel like that the feeling that emotion is like, I'm sure plenty of people have the feeling of like, now that I've stepped into yeah, no, it's clearly no, sorry, it is bad. Especially now that my wife has stepped into the mom role. Yeah, no. I mean, you can see the massage. Yeah, okay. That feeling itself, I feel like, sure, that's like hard for people. It's clearly, yeah, no. The idea that it's like not now that I have stepped into the dad role, now that she has stepped into now that my wife has become like the mom category of woman. I want someone who isn't the mom category of woman. Yeah, now that my wife is doing 90% of the housework, I want to be out there having fun with a 23-year-old or whatever. I love that joke. I'm just gonna steal it. The like men in their 30s start watching films so much, so they start getting into films so much they start dating, and I fucked it up. Never mind. Fuck. God damn it. Fucking.
I am gay.
Oh, that a 24-year-old. That's the mixture. Thank you for the prime. Yeah. I mean, I feel like that emotion is probably fine to have. I'm sure plenty of people have that. It's just, yeah. Say it? Okay. I get a second chance. Men in their 30s get into film so much that they start dating a 24-year-old. Just don't post it. Well, I mean, it's an anonymous Reddit post. It's probably the answer. I don't know what advice you want, though. Like, what advice? Okay, break up with your wife then. Like, divorce your wife then and start dating a fucking 23-year-old.
I'm transgender.
Trivial
I
Solutions,
had no
thank you.
idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Trivial Solutions, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Much appreciated. Folks, if you would like to give me money, 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. So it's the best time to do it. Much appreciated. Ends in 1 hour. Oh, golly. 5 gift subs for delivery. Thank you. Thank you. At least someone appreciates my fucking humor. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like my conclusion now, I've done polyamory and monogamy. It's just like, no, I already said this. It's the Churchill quote about democracy is the worst system, not counting all the other ones. That it's just like they both are terrible for a lot of reasons, but it's just like about finding a happy medium. And I feel like the happy medium probably is just you have a single partner and you can sleep with other people, and you're communicative with your partner unless they decide that you don't want they don't want you to sleep with that person. It's probably the happy medium. That seems like probably the like you can still do, because the novelty, like having sex with I think there's a discourse about this where it's interesting. I feel like with sex it's impossible a lot of the times for people to imagine that someone else is different than them. Like people do this thing of like, oh God, I can't imagine being out in the trenches having to date right now and having to be able to meet up with people you don't know to have sex with. And it's like having sex with new people is so good that it ruins, like people ruin their fucking lives over it. Some people are just having a great time doing that. So, it's sometimes hard for people to conceive of other people having a different feeling about like, well, I'm actually fine with meeting new people, I think it's worth it. And I'm, hold on, I'm gonna text someone. What was I gonna say? I can't remember. Having sex with new people, it's great. It's so good. People ruin their lives over it. Sometimes people don't understand that, like, yeah, plenty of people have a good time when they're single and they enjoy the freedom, oh yeah. And then like the, yeah. And then, I can't remember what I was saying. I was texting my friend, and because I'm getting dinner with her, and I'd forgotten. And she's watching, actually. I hope you're happy. If you guys are mad that you just lost that thought, it's actually her fault. So shame her for for ruining that beautiful train of thought. I got chapeled out, yeah. Anyway, yeah, I don't know. I don't like. Clearly, I don't know. Monogamy sounds terrible, though. I feel like I'm just like cursed every 6 months to change my attraction. Like I'm either into men or into women and not both at the same time. Does anyone get this? Like, I think I just had my 6 months with men and I'm like, no, I think we're going to women though. How are you supposed? No. Well, how are you supposed to date people? Anyway, it's kind of seasonal, yeah. I'm on a 6-month cycle. It's kind of annoying. I don't like it at all. I feel like it's annoying. Like, if it was both at the same time, that would be awesome. But it's not. Summer's for the girls. I feel like that's a good... Why? Because, like, what happens when you're dating someone and then you're like, actually, no, I want to have sex with men now? You break up with them? I know! I don't like break up with people. I'm aware. You're saying this like it's like, well, you just break up with someone every 6 months. I win in that case. I don't know. I feel like I'm generally a pretty like a single person. I enjoy being single. I enjoy having my freedom. 27 is young, actually. It's not weird to be single. Actually, no, honestly, now it isn't. I feel like that used to be maybe a bit too, but I feel like now we're good. Who cares? I'm 27 years young. You don't understand. I can still be single. It was until I said it. Yeah, you're right. That is the sign of being unk, is defending your age. Being like, actually, I am a Zoomer. That's like millennial behavior. You guys see those videos? Like the original one where it's like when you're with your coworker and you find out their birth year starts with a 1 and it's like they're like a dinosaur. And like they're doing the reverse now, where it's like when it starts with 2 and it's like, it's like a kid gaming and saying like 6, 7, like playing Fortnite. I'm glad we're fighting back. I don't like that those are called like the millennials are fighting back, because it's like, actually. But again, I guess that means that it's clear which side I'm taking on that issue, I guess. It's we have a very young culture. I feel like there's like oftentimes we're made to think like, especially if you don't have your shit together, you don't understand where you're going, and you don't have everything figured out, when you're like 23, it's just like over. And it's like, that was the good part of your life, and now you just have to be fucking old. I think that's really silly. I feel like that's obviously not true. Yeah, youth, it's really wasted on the young. It's true. It's annoying that it's true, but it is true. Um, 28 is old as Gen Z. I feel like that makes sense. I'm turning 28 in fucking, 3.5 months. That took like my brain way too long. Getting ready for Unk status. That feels like, that's like late 20s. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of, it's you have the whole life ahead of you if the world ends. It'll be a little while. I feel like we got a couple good years, a couple okay years. You thought I was like 23. Thank you. I was thinking this before, like, it must be so fun working at the liquor store. I mean, probably not, but just bear with me, because like you get like an obviously 27-year-old looking woman, and it's like, can we see ID? And you're like, wow, 98. I would, drop the skincare routine. And then you know that she's like, okay, well, clearly I still got it. If the drinking age is 19 and I got treated that way. And would you believe that I'm using a concrete example of something a lady said to me when I was buying alcohol a couple weeks ago? I'm happy, like, I feel like the perception of my age, it like ended like 23. I was like, that's enough. It was genuinely 23. I feel like I've said this, because I fucking was 23 when I was streaming. I was a streamer when I was 23. God damn, I'm fucking, is I was like, that's enough. That's enough age. We'll stop here. I feel like it's also like, I feel like I like functionally not really boy moded, but like was treated like from like 20 to probably like 24. So I had the fun like 16 to 20 drinking, and then I didn't have so I'm compensating now. Remember me streaming as a teen? No, following since 2021. That's not true. That's not true. Unless that's how math works. No, never mind. That is how that works. No, it's not. I'm stupid. No, I was not a teen then. Sorry, my brain isn't working. No, it's the opposite. Did my glasses online? No. I went to a lady when I was living in Squamish. Went to an eye thing. And she picked it out. And I was like, yeah, this is good. My brain is not working today. I'm very sleepy. 55 minutes left if you would like to subscribe. 35% off for 5 more gift subs. It's much appreciated. If you'd like to give me money, this is the time to do it. Yeah, what else is happening on the internet? What else is going on?
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Tylenol for moms.
I had no idea. Do whatever you
Thank
want
you so much.
all
And
the
like
time.
Techno, thank you for the 10 gift subs. Much appreciated. We love to see it. Thank you. For 179
okay.
subs.
I'm
Thank you so much.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want.
Did you hear Will Smith slapped Chris Rock? Remember, it's so funny, like, that was like one of the last like actual cultural moments. Do you know what I mean? Like there was a part of like when the internet was like a unified phenomenon. You know what I mean? Like the statement like Kim Kardashian breaks the internet was like a legible statement. Like the internet was unified enough that you could break it. Like the internet has been just like scattered culturally in such a weird way that like it's not really, everyone's kind of doing their own thing. Oddly enough, because I feel like there's been a centralization happening. Maybe not, maybe like the chudification of parts of the internet has made it like, it's made it so like disunified. It's just like, it's the cultural divorce, I guess. It's just an extension of that. Yeah, and there's really no, yeah, Twitter's the last unifying space and it got chud coded is maybe the death knell for that. The cringe jealous of mod appeal video, that is so funny. Can we get a video of this? That one's so fucking funny. What happened there? Because I know the LSF mods, it's like Destiny coded, right? It's like the lib chud streamer industrial complex guys. The like has a very nuanced opinion about Israel. Like liberal. And so there was a Reddit mod that promoted a scam on Livestream Fails, which is the Destiny captured institution. An Ezra Klein liberal, yeah, a little bit. And then he posted like a have you guys seen what is it, the Me Gunner doesn't apologize for racism thing? I'm not watching a Penguins video, I'm sorry. Have you guys seen, this is a video that's completely unrelated to everything, but it's someone I know who is in the Smash scene I was hanging out with, and he showed me this video of, it's a montage because a guy, yes, okay, here we go. The racist Me Gunner. Are you guys aware of this lore? It's a guy who I believe was like just calling people slurs on some competitive medium, and it was like, you know, a controversy, and like this was his response. Here's the mod video. Okay, I'm gonna just
hello,
pause
Spez,
this.
Mr.
Oh god, it's 20 minutes. Okay, well, I want to watch this though, because this is has been known to all. So he's, you know, he's the Me Gunner. He's been shield broken. Not the racist Me Gunner combo video. I'm sorry. I just thought of this. It's I refuse to buy into your religious ideas of good and evil. It's like the Nietzsche guy. To those who wonder why I did this, the answer is simple. I worship no God. And then so this is his like response to saying the N-word video. And it's just a montage. Which, like, I feel like they don't make this type of guy anymore. Like, he must have existed at some point. But the idea that, like, this happened 5 years ago. And the clips are, like, not especially good. Like, they're not... Yeah, I guess like the last bastion of this type of like Reddit Nietzsche guy was like 2020. Like people's brains got broken in like so much stranger ways after COVID that like intellectual dark web atheist guy who thinks like he's not bowing to the mob by calling people slurs. Oh, hi, I didn't see you there. Welcome to my house. I mean, there's something deeply wrong with this person. Like, I do have to say, like, the Smash competitive scene, the amount that I was exposed to it by just, like, going to, it was the Battle BC, and just, like, tweeting, like, hey, I'm here, like, say hi to me if you want, like, feel free to say hi. Like, the culture I was exposed to there is enough for me to understand. I went to Battle BC, yes, I was there. It's just, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, it's just, that's the only Smash event I've ever been to. Because they do what I refer to your idea as religious. This is an adult as far as I'm aware. The lack of nuance, the intolerance. It's all similar to the Catholic Church's treatment of non-believers. And it's someone who, like, probably just has, like, evil Catholic parents. And so it's like, you being mean to me on the internet for being racist is the same as my evil Catholic parents. I abandoned that dogma years ago. It is just like, it's not even Nietzsche, it's like lobotomized Nietzsche. Because he's not quite able to articulate, like, the idea of ressentiment and, like, okay, but, like, why would Nietzsche would say something like that? I mean, Nietzsche was also very edgy. He doesn't actually understand it concretely. He's just like, oh yeah, when people are mean to me, it is basically like religion. Nietzsche? That's very funny. He's fucking waved at. I mean, this is also just like a person who's so deeply lonely, where it's like, finally someone is paying attention to me. Like, that's really clear that this is a person who's never had, like, friends. You know, like, it's like no one cares. Like, he's not been able to say this to anyone because no one fucking cares. Yeah, it's fascinating. It's fun to break the rules. You of all people, who's he talking to? I think he's talking to people of color, I guess. Nietzsche, yeah, N-E-T. It's just... I love you all. Yeah, no, fascinating. It's just the strangest type of guy ever. Like, I feel like the internet has been replaced by a group of, like, even more insane, more racist people who are, like, it's, like, more depressing. Like, it feels like he's from, like, a bygone era. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, taking the high road at the end is awesome. I love you all. He's at least trying to pretend like he's doing philosophy or something. He's being an intellectual. Like, there's no... All right, a message to the CEO of Reddit. This is the guy who... oh man, it's rough. You gotta just fucking... Just... It's done, man. It's over.
CEO of Reddit, I hope you have received this public video that I have created and sent to you via your email.
This is really, like... This is the final take.
If not, I hope anybody who cares about the topic in this video can get this to him in any way that you can. This video is about a topic of deadly seriousness.
Why the fuck is he, like, in the fucking... This is, like, the background when someone, like, digitally starts, like, injects themselves into, like, the internet. They're, like, surfing, you know, on, like, some of these.
and that is of Reddit moderation.
He's in
and
the techno zone, yeah.
State of your platform.
Yeah, when they manage to like physically go into cyberspace.
But first, some background. I'm Brian, or Stale2000, or Tarot Card. I was the top moderator of your #1 gaming subreddit, r/livestreamfail, before I was recently removed from that position by the Reddit Code of Conduct team. I became a Reddit moderator for one reason, and that is because
this is a beautiful look into a type of guy who spends all day on the internet defending Destiny.
I think that Reddit communities and correspondingly its moderators have massive power and influence.
He does have the smoothing filter on, you're right.
And for some reason, nobody seems to notice, care, or take this seriously. Least of all, its moderators or the company. In this video, I will go over why I believe this, and I will also talk about a code of conduct moderation action that was taken against me due to good faith mistakes that I believe were caused by a clear lack of direct material support that the company gives its moderators. I will end the video by talking about what you, Spez, can do to fix this problem, as well as what I and other communities can do in case Reddit does not solve this very serious mismanagement problem regarding the lack of support that is given to.
Is he like, this is fascinating. I for some reason I thought this was going to be like like I studied the blade sort of thing. Like he was going to be edgy of like, this is your final warning, Spez. But no, he's like trying to like, he's writing like a strongly worded letter.
Moderators. First, I will go over the code of.
Hello. It's like he's going up to like the principal being like, oh, hello. I actually do not think that it is fair that you suspended
conduct
me.
Action and why I was removed as the top moderator
He gets edgy?
of
Okay.
r/livestreamfail. This sounds like stupid internet drama, I know, but I'm going to talk about how this is a very clear example about how Reddit's mistakes causes very serious problems.
Is this the first take, brother?
To
or is like
its community and the company as a whole.
You can re-record this.
But I'm going to talk about how this is a very clear example about how Reddit's mistakes causes very serious problems to Reddit's community and the company as a whole. Here's what happened.
Like, you can just record another one, man. Like, you don't... Because he's cutting. These are cuts, right? Like, this is his best take of that specific...
There was an announcement related to a live stream related game show called $1 Million Fan. It was basically a game show like Survivor or Big Brother where fans of a streamer compete in different challenges with an influencer or a streamer for various.
I also do like where he's like, this might seem like crazy, stupid internet drama, but you have to actually understand that my entire life is on the internet. And so instead of admitting that that's pathetic and sad, it's actually quite important. Is quite important that I continue to...
Prizes. The kicker here is that there was a grand prize of $20 million, supposedly. This was supposedly going...
I feel like that reminds me of like, it was like 5 years ago. So I like this, there was a lady on the Discord who seemed to like, there's something where she was like breaking the rules. This is like before we added the rule for the Discord where you're not actually allowed to come and complain to me about moderator decisions. That is like an entirely independent institution now, my Discord. It's just like, it's doing its own thing. It's been doing its own thing for a while. And like, we banned her and she was like, but you don't understand, like all my friends are on the Discord. And it's like, I don't know what to tell you. You should have followed the rules then. I don't know.
To be aired on Amazon.
Go somewhere else. Go somewhere else. Like, I don't know.
And it was also confirmed to be including a couple of mid-sized and large streamers like Alexandra and Andrea Botez, Extra Emily, Canute, and a few others. Additionally, the opportunity was supposedly brought to these streamers by a company called Mythic Talent, which is a well-respected streamer agency that represents hundreds of live streamers. I heard about the game show a few hours after it got announced by a couple major live streamers. It sounded like the perfect type of content for a live stream fail. I mean, reality TV, game show, live streaming, gaming, that's perfect for LSF, which is about fun, crazy content about kind of live streaming gamers. So when I heard about this, I was very excited.
It's so funny. God, this is just sad existence, man. Because he had it's like his pride and joy, and now it's been taken away. Like, he thinks that all of this story is interesting enough to explain. You know, like no one fucking cares.
I immediately reached out to the organizers to see if we could set up some sort of a collaboration. This collaboration
And
would
so the for the context, I guess, right, the collaboration was him just like promoting a crypto scam on Reddit.
just be to get cool content on the subreddit. No, financial incentives, no moderators being paid, basically none of anything like that, just fun, cool stuff for the community in the subreddit.
That is a
for
sincere question.
collaborations, the first obvious thing that came to mind was how do we get their content on the subreddit? Either some super fans or some editors could clip some cool hype moment from the show and then post it to the subreddit. But I also had a stretch goal, and that was...
Just sad you realize making 6 figures per job, it's okay to lol cow him. I mean, I don't think it's ever okay to lol cow anyone just because it's like, then you're participating in that. Which I feel like, even if it isn't a moral failing, is like a personal failing.
LSF could be part of the show in some way. I don't know, there could be like a LSF themed best...
Which in a certain respect is a moral failing, but just of yourself. You know, like if... Like, we don't need to do that. That doesn't...
Clip contest. Like, contestants compete in one of the kind of small challenges. They make the best clip, and then somebody kind of wins a prize at the end. It was a stretch goal, though. So I reached out to the organizers, and to my surprise, they immediately...
To my white surprise.
...understood what LSF was, what power it had.
Sorry, that's amazing.
And they even agreed to the stretch goal of like the cool competition to have in the actual show. From my perspective, this felt like one of the coolest things that a subreddit has ever done. I mean, being in a freaking reality TV show.
I kind of feel bad for him, actually. Because, like, you can see he's thinking about Reddit moderation decisions and his fucking eyes are lighting up. He's like... It's just the coolest thing we could ever do is a Reddit promotional. And he's just like...
a topic that's directly related to the subreddit? How awesome. And then...
How awesome.
Maybe I could leverage this to get even more opportunities, either for our subreddit or for other subreddits across the entire platform. That's how I felt.
He moderates a deeply evil... I mean, I understand. You understand, like, the emotion of pity. I feel like... having like as long as you've experienced being pitied,
at least,
you know what I mean, you can see. I feel like, yeah,
and that's clearly...
I feel like sometimes people perceive their pity of someone as nicer than it is. You know what I mean? Like there's a cruelty to pitying someone.
Not how it worked out. After they agreed to kind of a couple of these kind of requests that I had in my stretch goal,
he's a super successful engineer. I mean, yeah, that is always how it is. I feel like I was watching a song and I remember there was someone who was like trying to rage bait him, and they were bragging about how much money they made as an engineer. And it's always, every time that there's a fucking loser who's really online, whenever they make money, and especially when they brag about it, it's like they're always an engineer. And they don't realize how fucking revealing that is. That it's like, wow, man, you found like the main job where you can make a shit ton of money while also being like a fucking loser who doesn't actually understand basic human social skills. And you're bragging about it. Like you're advertising to the world that the only part of you that you really put value in is the fact that you're like, you have developed this specific technical skill that the market deems useful, and that every other component of your life is just not really worth mentioning. Like, wow, that's really... I feel so fucking impressed that you make money you're a senior fucking software engineer.
They immediately started moving very quickly. We wrote up an announcement and they wanted this out within like 24 hours. So we quickly worked to make an announcement together, and I posted it the next day. When I posted it, everybody in the comment section immediately yelled, "Scam, scam, 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 scam." This initially didn't actually worry me, because no matter what we do, people call it a scam. I mean, I've done AMAs with the Twitch CEO. People called that a scam. And I was also thinking like multiple major live streamers were involved, Mythic Talent was involved. Surely they had done their due diligence, right? Additionally, the thing that people were the most skeptical about...
I see. And again, like, you could explain this in so much less time. But he thinks it's so important because in his world, it is, like, the most important thing that's happening. Because it's like, wow, he's doing stuff related to people who, like... I feel like this is an important thing of like not developing an ego about like, let's say like the stuff that I do is that you're like, well, I'm interacting with people that like a bunch of people look at, that know about. Like that must mean that both they are important as well as I am also important. And my life is significant in a way that like makes me profound, and so like that it's uniquely profound. And you can see like the further proximity from like actual, you know, not even, I don't even want to say power or influence, but like relevance in terms of who people are talking about, that people get to this, the sadder it is. And this one's real. Being a fucking Reddit moderator. Also, hello, Phoebe. How's it going? Hello. This video is insane. Yeah, I mean, it's already getting bad.
The $20 million grand prize.
This reminds me of all like the trans-related Reddit mods who have like, as people have told me, if you like do sex work in any way, you're just like not allowed to post yourself on those. The idea being like, I don't know, it's like, oh, you know, the idea being that the Reddit moderators hate sex workers and don't view them as part of their community is clearly the answer to that. And it's like, why the fuck are we letting these fucking bozos have any decision making power over like digital communities? Like, what the fuck? Like, what a terrible structure. It's just it's so much worse than other ways of.
This initially confused me as well, but once I heard that, you know, Amazon Prime was allegedly involved, my initial concerns were assuaded. I mean, think about it. Amazon Prime has spent lots of money on tons of shows, and you know,
maybe, yeah. Anyway, I don't want to.
I didn't necessarily think that the show was worth $20 million, but you know, that doesn't mean that Amazon Prime wouldn't fund it. And you know, if LSF was involved, maybe it would actually succeed.
I do think one of the reasons why so many Reddit mods have like power trips is because like only someone who thinks that the thing they're doing is deeply important would put that much work into it. Like if you're like, oh, I'm a Reddit moderator and it's not really a big deal, like you're much less likely to put less time into. But if you're like, I was doing an event and Extra Emily was a part of it, you know, it's like, you're like, oh, this gives my life purpose.
You know, maybe my involvement alone could make the $20 million kind of investment worth it. Who knows?
There you go.
At
See,
least that's what I
exactly.
thought.
Exactly.
Now here comes the next part of the story when things get a little crazy. The next day, a major live streamer who was involved in the show, Extra Emily, said on her stream that she kind of saw all of these comments about people calling it a scam, and they even saw that, you know, LSF.
I like that it's literally the specific streamer that I
was involved, and this was apparently unacceptable to her, so much so that she was considering kind of dropping out of the show or kind of looking into seeing if kind of the whole thing was a scam or not. After seeing this, I brought the concerns to the organizers, and the organizers told me that they were currently in talks with the agents.
Yes, he thought the CEO of Reddit was going to watch this. He thought that the CEO of Reddit at this point, like when he's speaking right now, that the CEO of Reddit would be 6 minutes into this being like, well, you know, I did hear that but it does sound like he's pretty, you know, he doesn't really think it's a scam. Like,
to resolve this. And they told me in no uncertain terms that the show was not canceled and
like, he has like really good intentions here. Like, it really seems like from his perspective, there's no reasonable way he could have known. Like,
still going on. So me being somebody who didn't really have a lot of, you know, information into the situation, and me, you know, trusting these high-powered agents who represent these multi-million-dollar kind of celebrities, I trusted that they would kind of get to the bottom of this and kind of resolve these concerns quickly. During this time period...
Is it bad if you're Tom on Confab when I'm a scam? I mean, yeah, obviously he's too fucking stupid. This is the thing about how power works in general, is that people get it and they think that they deserve it because they have it. We were talking about this with fucking Epstein and all the stupid moron intellectual dark web guys who were like, whoa, I'm so smart, I can just think about any topic. Like, I can just like unreflexively vomit information that I've like third-hand account attained about any topic, and I'm gonna be like super right, because I'm smart, and you know, I'm known for being smart, or you know, and that must be because I actually am smart. I'm powerful. It must be because I am actually worth Like, people do that about fucking being a Reddit mod.
And deleted a lot of unsubstantiated claims about the show and the mod team. There were accusations that I knew to be untrue, such that, the mod team had accepted bribes or, had some sort of financial involvement with the show. And I knew that they were not true because I was the one who had this idea the entire time, from start to finish. This happened a couple days. And what I can tell you, for those who, may not believe that for most moderators, I'm a highly paid software engineer working in San Francisco. I do not...
Of course he has to fucking brag about it. I told you. I didn't even know he was bragging about it in this. I told you, they don't realize how fucking obvious it is that when you are bragging about being an engineer, that, like, you are announcing to everyone that you're a pathetic loser who just happens to make money doing the thing that it's the easiest to make money on if you have no people skills. It's so fucking patently obvious. Any, like, enough about software, you see this type of guy where they think that they are superior to everyone because of the one part of their life that's going well, which is that they've developed this specific skill that seemed valuable to the market. And then they think, therefore, that, like, they should run society. All of their opinions are the most important opinions. Their opinions about people, they are just better than everyone else. Like, that we should go back to, like, a wealth voting system. Do you know what I mean? Like there are people who are fundamentally worse and who know less. And it's a little bit like, there's that joke about, like, maybe you don't know, Plato says that philosophers should run society. Well, of course he's a fucking philosopher. It's much funnier. Actually, I don't know. But, like, the best flute player in Athens was saying that that society should be ran by flute players. It's just basically that. Like,
to take a couple $1,000 bribes from, random internet scams. Okay, I was doing this because I legitimately, care about the subreddit, and that's why I spend my time on it. I thought it'd be kind of cool events for the sub. I'm talking about this and kind of the deleted comments because this is apparently some big no-no in the Reddit TOS or something, or maybe it's like an unspoken rule where if you're involved in some sort of promotion and it ends up not working out or ends up being a scam or something, if you have deleted comments that have accused it of being a scam, well that, shows a cover up or some way. It shows malice or bad faith or something. So that's why I'm kind of talking about this, is because this was specific.
It's so fascinating too, because the way that he describes it, like, he's trying to make it sound like it's like, well, so is it against the Reddit terms of conditions to promote a scam and then delete comments about people giving evidence that's a scam? Like, so if that's against the service, like, what? If you say shit, do you also get banned? Like,
a reason that was brought up regarding
Reddit TOS explicitly bans mods for accepting anything in exchange.
Why I was kicked out as a mod.
That makes sense.
On a live stream fail. And finally, I want to end this part of the story by...
It's just, it is just like the classic, you see this with, like, the type of, like, abuser narcissist, where, like, they don't even have anything. Like, the thing they did was shitty. And it's like, oh, I harmed you. But they're just like, but it's just, like, different for me. Like, it's just, like, you have to understand that I deserve a second chance because it's just different. Like, I'm just different than, like, I don't follow the rules in the way that people do. And again, for this guy, it's like, listen, I'm a fucking software engineer. I work, San Francisco. They make fucking money there. Like, it's just, I'm just different because I'm just good at everything because I make money.
Talking about how Moist Critical made a video critical of the situation. And then about 30 minutes after this kind of video got released.
And clearly, all these cool streamers are, like, engaging with me in some way. Like, I must be important.
I got reached out by the organizers of the events and told that 5 live streamers in the event had dropped out and that therefore the event was canceled and I should take down the post. In this video that Moist Critical had that was critical of the event, Moist Critical brought up points about how an image on the marketing...
Also, speaking of making money, 25 minutes left, the promotion. If you 5 or more gift subs, it's 35% off. for 25 more minutes if you would like to give me money. It's the most efficient way to do it. The most goes to me. Yeah, fuck yeah, I did it. I nailed
Page
it.
was AI generated, or that the domain name was registered in Iceland, or that basically just the whole thing it smelled bad. That's what he did. He did this motion and he said it smelled bad.
He did
But
this
beyond
motion.
that, it doesn't seem like he did much research. I don't think that he reached out to any of the organizers. He certainly didn't reach out to me. And I mean, I don't know if he reached out to Mythic Talent or any of the streamers. Now I want to stop people here because this is very important. And I think this is something that not a lot of people might have noticed. And that important point is that nothing in this situation has yet to be definitively proven as a scam. I repeat, there is no definitive, at least public information yet, that anything
I don't have a fancy computer job. Yeah, if you have a fancy computer job in San Francisco and you brag about being an engineer, you should keep, you need to pay your
fraudulent, malicious, or
That's the funny thing. Someone pointed this out. The problem is not that it's a scam. The problem is that he.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Child for Mums, thank you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want.
Starduke as well, thank you. Which will not be an admission of guilt in relation to potentially having a software job, of course. Because I would never. But thank you.
Okay. I'm
Thank you for the 5 year subs. Much appreciated.
No idea.
or illegal has happened in the
all the
situation.
We
The
love
only
Tylenol,
confirmed
don't we,
things that we
folks?
have right now
We love-
is that I guess there was a website, looked a little weird. There was some bad
Push Excel
publicity.
spreadsheets like a normal gift to kid. Exactly. That's.
Everybody called it a scam,
That's
and
where
then
you
a
gotta
bunch of
be.
streamers dropped out, and then the event got
So yeah, the fact that it's a scam doesn't matter. He was taking money for being a Reddit moderator, which you're not allowed to do.
canceled, and everybody got refunded. None of this is illegal. None of this is proved to be a scam.
Can't afford the trip to Turkey to fix it. I think it's beyond Turkey at this point. I don't think Turkey's fixing that. I think you just gotta go bald at that point.
At least yet.
You know the meme where it's like hand on the shoulder, but then the guy with the hand on the shoulder is bald, and the guy who's got the hand, it's got like the. It's
I'll eat
just
these
sometimes you gotta just.
words. And yes, in retrospect, there are certainly some things which we could call yellow flags or even red flags. But that being said, I don't want people to go into this thinking that there was some proven malfeasance or something when there really is a possibility that a lot of this could have just been kind of bad organization and things just fell through. Just because something's a bad idea, just because something is misorganized, that doesn't mean that anything illegal happened. You know, I still haven't gotten confirmation about kind of the Amazon Prime kind of a thing. I think that is the biggest.
Oh, did someone say Amazon Prime? Folks, if you have an Amazon Prime and you're looking to use it somewhere, you can connect it to your Twitch account and get a free subscription that you can use on me.
Unknown right now.
That one was good, though. That one was good.
I don't know about this supposed Amazon Prime deal, if it exists or not.
Amazon Prime.
Because maybe they were in negotiation with them. Maybe a contract was in the works, but had
Was it? I think it was great. It felt good. You know what? I don't care what you think. It felt good for me to do it, and that's all that matters.
been signed yet. I'm not really sure yet. We'll have to see. And then kind of I'll end the story by talking about why I got removed as the top moderator. It's really not a secret or very surprising. I got removed directly for the post that I pinned to the top of the subreddit related to the game show or supposed and alleged.
Yeah, it's so funny being a Reddit moderator with an ego. It's just such a funny concept, but it's like you think you're so much more important than you are, and it's like your job. You know, it's like the Rick and Morty. Like your job is to cut butter or whatever. Like you make sure that people posting on the subreddit are not breaking the rules. That's the point of what you do. You don't make deals. Well, right. Thank you. You pass butter. You don't make deals about like
scam, as well as kind of for deleting comments that were kind of critical of it. I also want to make a comment about kind of the Reddit.
Put the fries in the bag. Yeah. I mean, I think that a part of this is a product of the fact that like he probably doesn't really have fulfilling work. Like it's fulfilling in the sense that he has lots of money. It'd be funny if he was like a junior dev or something, you know, like it's fulfilling in the sense that he has money and he's like, well, I'm happy I can do stuff with money and this means I'm important. But like the actual work itself is monotonous and he probably doesn't like it. So like this is his search for fulfillment, and ironically, it's in a quite monotonous activity. You know, you go from the computer at your office to the computer at your home, and you just stare at the text.
Code of conduct team as a whole. Reddit has all this flowery language about how kind of the code of conduct team is not here to punish you. It's
he oversees Cloud Code for $180K a year, I'm sure.
Kind of here to get you to act in good faith. It's here to kind of give you second chances and warnings and all of this stuff. And apparently all of that are lies, because I was not given any second chances.
Because the money is control over people. I mean, that is mainly it. It's I'm important because I can affect people's lives.
I was not given very much.
It's the adult equivalent of, you know, sometimes especially like male teenagers will like push boulders down hills because it's just like they feel real because they're having an effect on the world. You know, they'll steal a bike and just like fucking push it down a hill. It makes them feel like they exist, like they have an effect in the world. So they're real. Tylenol for Mums, thank you. Thank you for the 1,000 bits.
Kind of descriptive.
We'll have to see it.
Examples of kind of what I did wrong, or kind of given any ability to kind of defend myself.
But it's the same. It's like, I'm real. Like this I'm matter. But he got his the thing that makes him real. It was taken away.
Given a very vague description of, there's accusations about some fraudulent scam that takes people's money and their
Not
PII,
accusations.
which means their name, right? Because you have to sign up with your name to join a contest. And so I have infringed on the code of conduct by promoting a game show where you have to put in your name.
Guys, Rich and your friends do with their homework where they go on like luxury ski trips. Yeah.
Or something, even though it hasn't really.
Yeah, I mean, it is. That's the thing, is it's like it's someone who isn't. It's clearly not self-actualized in any way, because you can't just throw money at being self-actualized. Sometimes it feels that way when the only thing standing between you and like pretty sufficient self-actualization is money. But there are plenty of people around there around in the world who have a shit ton of money, and they're like, I don't know, I guess I'll just go on Reddit all day.
Been proved to be fraudulent yet, and so it's
a funny quirk of the market.
A little disappointing. Now
goods are not distributed based upon need in any way.
The most important part of the video, Spez. This is a direct.
Oh, he's talking to Spez. Yeah, he thinks that the fucking Reddit moderator just sat through that 12 minutes and was like, well, how bad really could it be to delete messages calling a thing a scam?
Message to you and only you.
Wow. As the moderator of Reddit, I really do think that extra Emily lady is being a bitch, and that Moist Critical is fucking stupid. I guess you're right.
I want to talk about how this whole situation is a direct result of the lack of support that Reddit, the company, gives to its moderators. Yeah, I did the partnership. Yeah, I didn't look into this as much as I should, and I trusted kind of agencies and live streamers when I should.
He's gonna get edgy now.
And I did delete comments, which I thought would have been borderline defamatory if the situation wasn't, I guess, a scam, even though it technically hasn't been proven to be a scam yet. But despite all of that, there are still massive kind of like problems at Reddit, the company, due to the lack of support that caused this. But before I go into the specific reasons of how this happened, I want to talk about why this matters in the first place. And this matters because Reddit moderators...
Spez is watching this, and he's got a big button that says, like, Piranha Lake. And he's debating whether he wants to click it. And it's, like, aimed directly at...
Have power. They have influence. If you were one of
the he's got the unban button, and then he's got the, like, eject into Piranha Lake button, and he's like...
who is joking about like internet janitor duties or whatever. I'm sorry to tell you, it's funny. Who's joking about like internet janitor duties or whatever.
Internet janitor duties, right? Because they call them janitors.
Tell you it's funny jokes, but you are wrong. Reddit moderation does matter. Reddit moderators have control over millions of impressions per day, and nobody seems to notice or care.
I love being able to read a person. I mean, maybe like. I feel like there was so much discourse about this. It probably looks less cool.
Talk about LSF.
Or no, it's not cool. Fucking less
of all the
interesting.
streamer-
It's so like people like this are so fucking obvious. Like everything about them is so obvious 3 minutes into talking to them, and they don't even understand it about themselves.
careers
It's really
that have been
sad.
created because of LSF. Think about the even larger number of streamer careers that have been destroyed because of LSF because some clip went viral about like something bad that they did. I have had
This guy thinks that like he is like the Hassan Piker boogeyman. That he's like
major live streamers who are effectively
he's like Hassan, has nightmares about me.
celebrities come to me and beg to kind of remove, negative posts about them. An even crazier story is the time when some Twitch employees found me in person and borderline begged me to make sure LSF is not used to destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch.
I mean, again, it's like it's the adult version of like this guy has never had done anything in his life of note that's like makes it worth living, except the thing that he is where he like makes money.
I'm transgender.
Oh, I had
I'm
no
like,
idea.
thank you.
Do whatever you want all the time.
What was I
Partially
gonna say?
because at the time,
and like he has no sense of self whatsoever, and like except for his ability to control and have an effect on people, and he's like, oh, like you're pushing the boulder down the cliff as a teenager. You're like, oh, clearly I exist. I have an effect on people. I'm important. It's significant in some way. My life is worth it living. It's profound,
LSF was indeed being.
Look, people come up to me and they want me to do things, and I can say, I don't want to do things. Actually, I don't want to do that thing.
Used.
Clearly, I am important. Clearly, that is evidence that I exist and I'm real and that I am a subject.
To destroy the multi-billion-dollar company Twitch. Deservedly so, by the way. Or even just take this literal circumstance. Imagine the whole kind of operation was legit. Well, guess what? One single post on LSF caused all of the streamers to drop out and destroyed a $20 million opportunity. Sorry, Mythic. My bad. Or imagine.
Yeah, why are his like lips so moisturized? I don't like it.
It was
I don't like it at all.
Through and through.
Someone in chat pointed this out, and I don't like. It's the smoothing. You're right. Because he's having his face smoothed because he thinks that looks better.
True. Well, guess what? We were the ones to expose it and
Not the
destroy it
filler.
before it had the chance to cause any real harm. I mean, everybody got refunded after all. Guess things ended up okay. Right or wrong, you can think I'm a good moderator or a bad moderator. You can think that LSF helps streamers or is the bane of their existence in the entire industry. But please,
It's just he thinks that he's special. He's like, you have to understand I'm a very special person. I make a lot of money in software. A lot of people, when I make a Reddit decision, a lot of moderator decision, a lot of people deal with the fallout of that. I'm important. See, I moved the boulder and then the tree falls over and it means I'm real. And you have to understand.
for a single second, pretend like it doesn't matter. And that's just one subreddit. Now back to me. I was one of your most passionate users. I was in the Reddit partnership program from the start. I took advantage of every opportunity that I could.
He's the most Reddit man alive.
I had meetings with kind of the Reddit community managers. I begged them for help and kind of partnership opportunities at every chance that I could. And I was blown off every single time. I got
It's John Reddit.
nothing out of it. The community
Yeah,
managers
exactly.
never helped me. As nice as the guy was, I think he had basically no power to help me. I was one of the only moderators out there who tried to grow my community, who had any ambition, who tried to work with the company or help other subreddits or help the company that I help.
You know what the other thing too is that he's one of those guys where it's like, no, I'm really good at accomplishing something when I try, and it just so happens that the only places I try are the places where I get some sort of where something happens that is significant in any way whatsoever. It's like, yeah, listen, I'm just like not trying to get friends. I'm just not trying. Like if I wanted to, I could fucking read 48 Laws of Power and How to Win Friends and Influence People, and I would get plenty of friends. It's just like the things I try about are my job and then also Reddit moderation.
and it didn't matter. I failed, and it failed because of how mismanaged and how little support Reddit, the company, gives to moderators. So let's circle back. Let's go back to the moderation situation.
I could have hair if I tried to. Well, honestly, if he makes the money, it's probably true.
This is a
that one's probably true.
very key important point, so please pay attention.
This is like the shop pleading for international support. Yeah.
None of this would have happened if I had gotten support from Reddit. Do you think that I want to be the guy like going out, like messaging random people in Discords and LinkedIn's and trying to figure out kind of these partnerships? I don't. This is not my job. I am not qualified to do any of this. I am not a lawyer. I cannot read contracts to know what I should do or I should not do. I just want to like grow my subreddit, have a big vision, and I don't want to deal with it at the end of the day.
That's
I'm
an
a
incredible
random
cut.
Nobody.
He got too mad. He got too heated. He had to walk off. He had to walk off.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Baby carrot, thank you.
Who got lucky. I took over one of your largest gaming subreddits on the platform because I won a stupid game of like Reddit mod politics. But apparently, I'm the only
Won a stupid game of Reddit mod politics is awesome. Bro thinks he's fucking stalling.
person out there who understands the potential
okay,
that
I'm
Reddit
transgender.
has.
Oh,
If Reddit
I
had
had no
offered
idea.
Tylenol.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Tylenol for moms, thank you. Thank you for 5 years. So we found a solution to
me
autism.
partnerships, if Reddit had pipelines to connect with kind of major companies, if Reddit
Again,
had
folks,
lawyers that were
8 minutes left. If you want to give me money, 35% off for 5 or more gift subs is much appreciated.
helping
Thank you
me,
for the
like
money.
reading over these contracts, reading over these agreements, none of these very real mistakes that I made would have
35%.
happened. And
Did I say
before you
something
say
else?
it, I'm sure there's some employee
Did I say something else? Did I fuck it up? Oh no.
at Reddit, the company, that says like,
Fuck,
oh yeah,
shit.
we do that. That's my job. It's over here. Well, clearly you're not.
Oh, you're
even doing
advocating. You're right. Sorry. Thank you. 35%. It's a steal. It's basically a steal from Amazon to me.
1% of what you should be doing, because
He's more of a barrier. Yeah, probably.
nobody uses these resources. Nobody cares. You are not doing enough. Multiply it by 100, and then let's talk. Reddit needs to be professionalized, and it starts with
Wait, it's so funny. Like Reddit needs to be professionalized, and I need to be one of the professionals. It's such a perfect, immediately obvious argument. You give Livbrarian 35 subs.
Oh, it's okay. I'm
Yippee.
transgender.
Oh,
Thank
I
you.
had no idea. Do whatever you want all
Oh
the
shit!
time.
Lots of subs. Okay. Shit. True Blue, thank you so much. Thank you for the 20 gift subs.
Oh, it's
thank
okay,
you.
I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea.
Violet Tip.
Do whatever you want all the time.
Violet, thank you for the 20 gift subs. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. And Dick Techno, thank you for the 5 gift
I'm
subs.
transgender.
Oh,
My goodness.
I had no
my
idea.
goodness.
Do
Bonner,
whatever you
thank you for the
want
5
all
gift
the
subs
time.
as well. Thank you. And Zipman, thank you for the 5 gift subs. There's more. Okay. Zulafu, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank
Oh,
you.
I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
Zeno Milf as well. Thank you for the 5 gift subs. I hope I'm not missing anyone. Thank you. Damn. That's a lot of money.
Oh, it's
Thank you,
okay, I'm
everybody.
transgender.
Oh,
Tyler
had
for
no
Moms,
idea.
thank you again for the 5
Do
gift
whatever you
subs.
want all the time.
I hope I didn't miss anyone. Thank you so much, everybody. And Violet as well as True Blue for the 20 gift subs. Thank you.
Oh, I had no idea.
Um,
Do whatever you want all the time.
Was that another from Tylenol? Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, thank you so much.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
That was so funny. It
Oh,
was like such
I had no
a
idea. Do whatever you want all
strong.
the time.
Thank you. Thank you for the. Okay, let's do the hype train. Thank you so much for the 5 gift subs. Okay. Where's
Oh, it's
our
okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
I don't think I missed anyone. I hope we didn't. Yeah, strong. CC, thank you as well for the 5 gift subs. Much appreciated.
okay,
Level
I'm
7, my
transgender.
goodness.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
We love to see it. Thank you. Cubs Fanatic, thank you.
I am gay.
Even go, I would be quite happy. Yeah. Thank you, everybody. You watch the Sub Alliance. Do we want to finish this? Okay, we'll finish this.
with the mods. This is going to be controversial.
And then we'll
but
do.
the people who are
Because it's
running
almost
your
over. It's almost over.
multi-billion-dollar website are unqualified nobodies like me. That doesn't mean it's my fault or their fault. it's your fault, Spez.
Thank you,
Here's
everybody.
why.
Oh, I see. He's literally saying that he's a loser and shouldn't be in charge of anything, and he's using that as a point of criticism for getting banned. Goat Stare, thank you. Lee Rose, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you so much.
The controversial...
And Crazy Fist, thank you for the 5 gift subs. My goodness. Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Solution is just get rid of the bad
whatever you
mods
want all
with
the
better
time.
mods or paid mods or do takeovers or more rules or something like that. But there are better solutions. You can
Critique
train
of
them.
pure Reddit.
You can
Oh, it's
give
okay, I'm
mods
transgender.
infrastructure or
I had no
pipelines or
idea.
resources.
Do whatever
or
you want
I
all the
can't
time.
imagine a bigger fucking liability than like properly training mods. Because then if they do something, they're not just some fucking moron. They're like actually an employee.
real kind of material support and treat them as if they have the actual power and influence
Pay the dolls. I mean the mods.
that they actually have, and so communities can rise to the heights they truly could. And the Reddit Moderator Partner Program is not it. Reddit moderators do not need one call with like one guy a month, as nice as he is, love you, Pablo, who has no power and no ability to affect anything. Reddit moderators don't need Christmas celebrations or
I am
special badges or
Spartacus.
community
Hello,
events
Phillips.
or
Thank you
team
again.
building
25 gift
exercises.
subs. Thank you.
Even the, I don't know, the
Thank
Reddit
you.
event budget.
Yeah, fucking thank you to Pablo for containing this guy. For not giving him any
is
influence.
barely useful. No, they need...
God, could you imagine how fucking miserable that job was? Pablo needs a fucking raise. Yeah. You have to deal with fucking these people all the time. You have to be like, listen, no, it's a great idea. We should give you a job as a Reddit moderator. I'll talk to the man upstairs. I'll talk to Spez and I'll shoot,
real material support.
Yeah, Pablo managed the fuck out of his ass. The fact that he likes Pablo means that Pablo is doing his job correctly. You take the pressure and you're like, no, see, listen, like, look, I get that the company's hard, but like,
That means access to any...
You manage, it's a release valve for power. You manage their
like a
feelings.
talent manager would give an actual celebrity.
I'm an improv,
So
thank you.
get access to a bounty board or ad...
Thank you everyone for the money. Okay, let's do, it's almost over, so, and then we'll finish that. Thank you everyone for the gift subs, it's much appreciated. 35% off for 5 or more gift subs. Thank you. We love to see it. I like the dancing Eminem, that's a good one. Not even a show, thank you. I hope you had a good stream. Show's not even a show. We're on a hype train. We're almost at the end of the Reddit moderator video. Which is awesome. It's great. Joey Marca, thank you. Yeah, show's not even a show. Hope you had a good stream.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Tylenol, thank you again.
No
Thank
idea.
you for your subs.
Do whatever you want all the time.
This guy, he's goated. It's awesome. It's so fucking funny. It's incredible. Alright, thank you for the hype train, everybody. Thank you for all the gift subs. My goodness. Level 7, thank you so much. Is this Young Lean? Yeah. What if Young Lean was Quebecois? I think that makes them Shiak, I think. Chris, thank you. 100 subs, my goodness. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
deals or lawyers or event organizers or professionals or anything that actually matters. To summarize, Reddit moderators should be treated like celebrities or influencers, not because they deserve respect or anything.
Yes, they should be celebrities. I cannot think of a worse addition to culture than the idea of adding, like, that's the decision for who gets to become a celebrity. It's like, it's not just like who you know.
Oh, it's okay. I'm transgender.
Oh, I had no idea. Do whatever you want all the time.
but because they actually have real power and influence. I mean, if not for the world, at least over your $50 billion company, maybe if you gave them actual support, it could go from 50 billion to 100 billion. I mean, it certainly deserves to be that high up for how much traffic Reddit gets. So why haven't you solved this problem already, Spez? Is it because you're out of touch and you aren't aware of the problem? Is it because Reddit is a bloated mess and they can't ship products? No, I think the real issue is that Reddit is held hostage by the negativity and toxicity of its user base, and it doesn't really have the freedom to make bold and important and transformative decisions that could save the company.
Spez had to make the boss call. Yeah, sorry, Spez made the boss call. The controller of this stream is big Reddit. That would be so funny.
If you agree with
the concept of someone being institutionally beholden to Reddit is really cool.
Anything that I said, Spez.
You know what? Actually, someone must have made this joke already, but it's such bad timing for him to say that Reddit celebrities should be Reddit moderators should be celebrities after it's now proven that the r/world news mod was Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, you're
like that is the heart, that is the beating soul of. The beating heart of Reddit is Ghislaine Maxwell. Look, that is the psychology of a Reddit power user.
In San Francisco, and I would be happy to talk to you in person or any Reddit product manager or employee at all.
It is, I will say, because he is just like such a fucking idiot rube. He was clearly managed. Like, I can't imagine the nightmare for the Reddit company of like dealing with these insane power trip morons. Like, he was clearly managed by the company very well. They must have like a insufferable nerd whisperer working at Reddit to like deal with these people.
You know, or on a call or something. That's my pitch to you, Spez. The rest is to the community. To the community, Spez and Reddit, they're almost certainly not going to fix any of this. All of this is up to us to solve. For anyone who this message has resonated with and wants to solve this problem, well, I have created a subreddit called r/suballiance.
Yes.
Suballiance will
free stale 2000 student lunch walkout.
Be a nonprofit, volunteer, community-based initiative to solve all of the problems that I have laid out. We will create tools and resources so good, so useful that
But he's doing ban evasion. Clearly they're just gonna ban it, right?
Everybody will have to work.
You're publicly announcing like you got banned, bro.
With us. Think talent agency, but for subreddits. You have
Oh god, could you this is just like the new Gestapo. Like the new Gestapo is gonna pool from this.
The big ideas, you have the vision, you have the crazy cool things that you want to do, and we handle the logistics. Materially, that means connections to major companies, partnerships, doing AMAs, running events, doing mod recruitment, cross-collaboration with other relevant subreddits, that kind of stuff. Go to r/suballiance. And we will make it happen. The link will be in the description below. Reddit used to be a place where we did stuff. The phrase, we did it Reddit, although used sarcastically, existed for a reason.
Yeah, what reason was that? Like, he doesn't... Oh, this guy is awesome. That's literally, the Boston bomber thing where they accidentally doxed some random guy who did not do the Boston bombings. Didn't he just die? Like he disappeared a couple days before because he ended up dead or something. So he's like grieving parents. How does he not know that? I feel like the guy killed himself. Oh.
Because what we do, right or wrong,
matters. Oh, this is awesome. It does, because again, that matters. The fact that they doxed some random fucking guy who had killed himself and harassed and traumatized his like poor fucking family, it matters because it had an effect on the world, because that's the only way this guy is able to see like his existence. He's like, I affect people, so something clearly matters. There's no perspective about like what you're actually doing. Oh man, that's fucking incredible, dude. I love that. I love that he thought he was gonna get a one-on-one meeting with the CEO of Reddit. Like, ugh, incredible, beautiful. Really good stuff, folks. Okay, I think I'm gonna call it here. But thank you for tuning in. Thank you for all the gift subs, everyone. It's much appreciated. Be back on Tuesday. Join the Discord. It'll ping you when I go live. Yeah. Or Chapo. Because we love Chapo, don't we, folks? I'll see you all later. I do not have a subreddit, no. I don't know. I think I had one before, but I was like, I don't want this to exist. There's no reason for this to. All right, goodbye.